The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council for Monday, July 26, 2021 is called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Berzins.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
There's a quorum.
Announcement for the public call-in line.
Good evening. The City Council welcomes feedback from residents at council meetings on both matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475, and when connected, press star 3 to get in the queue to speak. Don't forget the star. You will hear a prompt confirming you're in line to speak to an operator and then be able to continue listening to the meeting until the operator comes on to take down your name and the agenda item you wish to speak on. Residents who would like to speak for public invited to be heard or on a specific agenda item and who have not already been screened, please press star 3 to sign up before the item is called by the clerk. If you have already spoken to an operator, you don't need to press star 3 again. Callers who did not sign up for public invited to be heard prior to it being called by the clerk may still press star 3 to sign up to speak on non-agenda items at the end of the meeting. Now, depending on volume, it may take a few minutes to connect to the operator, so be patient and stay on the line. As long as you heard that prompt after pressing star 3 and can still hear the meeting, you are in line to speak to an operator. Thank you.
El Consejo Municipal invita a todos los residentes a dar su opinión en estas reuniones municipales, tanto en los asuntos que aparecen en la agenda como en la sección de invitación al público a ser escuchado. Por favor, llamar al 1-877-820-7831 y al conectarse, marque la clave 254610, signo de numeral, para tomar su lugar en fila para ser escuchado. La operadora tomará su nombre y el asunto de la agenda del cual usted quiere comentar y lo pondrá en espera de su turno. Antes de ser llamado por la secretaria municipal, las personas que llamen necesitarán registrarse en la sección Invitación al público a ser escuchado o elegir comentar en un tema específico de la agenda. Dependiendo en el volumen de llamadas, puede ser que tome un tiempo conectarlo a una operadora. Así que, por favor, tenga paciencia y manténgase conectado en las líneas. Muchas gracias.
We are still in a pandemic, sadly enough. And I'd like to call for a moment of silence for all those who had lost their lives due to COVID and for all those suffering and all those who are struggling to recover. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance
To the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Approval of the minutes for April 26, 2021. Motion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Motion to approve the minutes from April 26th.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, seconded by Councilmember Marcano to approve the minutes for April 26, 2021. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the approval of the minutes from April 26, 2021?
Mayor Kaufman.
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano.
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins.
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve the April 26 minutes.
I need a motion to approve the minutes from May 10th, 2021.
Mayor,
Councilmember Marcano.
so moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Coombs to approve the minutes of May 10th, 2021. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the minutes from May 10th, 2021?
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve the May 10th minutes.
There are no proclamations or ceremonies. Public invited. Yes. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did we skip executive session update?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Executive session update. We discussed negotiations. Public invited to be heard.
Mayor, we do have one individual to speak.
Okay.
Ashton, you 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello.
Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. My name is Mary Sebastian. My husband and I live in the Pure Point 2 subdivision. We're calling to voice our concern that the development of apartments in the East Bank Shopping Center would be detrimental to our neighborhood. If allowed to progress, if proposed, we would lose access to the stoplight in the mall, which is the safest method to leave our subdivisions. Please don't allow this project to progress without our neighbors, a total of 8 subdivisions, having safe access to a traffic signal before, during, and after any approved construction. You already know that Quincy and Parker is one of the busiest intersections in the Denver area. But for us, we know it too, and it's not about getting as many vehicles around the corner as quickly as possible. It's about us trying to get ourselves the ability to access those busy streets safely. We need the use of a traffic signal. Thank you very much for your time and for listening.
Seeing no further public invited to be heard, adoption of the agenda, and I would like to move. I would like to move public invited to be heard in front of item number 19A, Ward 2 Council Member Vacancy Appointments, and I'll defer to the clerk to explain why.
Yes, Council, we're requesting to move the public invited to be heard before general business tonight because the company that we utilize for the public call-in line does have a time limit. They automatically do get kicked off after so many hours of being on the meeting. And we were just going to see if you would allow the public to speak before we do the appointment for the ward vacancy.
Is there any objection? I see none. Then I need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended by moving item number 21 ahead of item number 19A. Motion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve the amended agenda?
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Coombs. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the agenda?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson? Councilmember Burzins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber? Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
And Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Adoption of the consent calendar, items number 10A through 10J. Motion?
Mayor, move to approve items 10A through 10J.
Been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Burzins?
Councilmember Burzins to approve item number 10A through 10J. Discussion? I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, can I pull 10C, please?
Okay. Item number 10C will be pulled. Any further discussion? Seeing none, then the question before us is the adoption of, I'm sorry, Councilmember Gruber.
I modify my motion to remove 10C.
Very well. The question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar, item number 10A through 10J, with the exception of item number 10C. Further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the consent calendar as amended?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
And Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
The motion passes to approve the consent calendar with 10C removed.
Will the clerk now please read the title of item number 10C?
Item 10C is consideration to award a competitively bid contract to Lumen Transportation Technologies in the amount of $384,420 for the 2021 Traffic Calming Device Installation Services Project, project number 21038.
Brief presentation by staff.
Should I just ask my question or?
Brief presentation by staff and then ask your question.
Hello? I'm on. Sorry. I apologize. Yeah, so brief presentation for item 10C. The Neighborhood Traffic Calming Program was established to provide the method and means by which the city can evaluate, prioritize, and install traffic calming devices on candidate roadways. The city does not install certain traffic calming measures, such as speed cushions, flashing speed limit signs, among other devices, which have been shown to slow traffic down. Over 60 traffic calming program applications have been received by Public Works staff from May 2019 to date. Based on our evaluations of these eligible corridors, staff has recommended the installation of 30 radar speed feedback signs and 10 sets of rectangular wrapping flashing beacons for enhanced crosswalks. This project will include the furnishing and installation of 30 signs and furnishing material for 10 crosswalk sign assemblies.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, so my question is, and I completely support this. I actually was hoping we would ask for more money. So my question is, I think annually, if I recall, we normally ask for $500,000 to be put into the traffic calming program. So just curious why we're asking for 384,000 and we didn't go to the maximum, I did hear you say that staff evaluated the applications and then came up with this number. But I have had so many requests from my ward that I just hope that they are included.
Oh, yeah. So we had two items on the consent calendar tonight. I believe they were 10.
Oh, the speed cushion, I see it.
And 10E. So the speed cushions account for 285 approximately thousand from the traffic calming org. And then this will be 384, which is a bit over our 500,000. We're really trying to maximize all of the money that City Council has been putting into the traffic calming program org to impact as many residents in as many council wards as possible.
Okay, so I missed that. So yeah, so I guess the speed cushion was a separate company that we bid.
Yeah, just because of the types of contractors that are used to install
Sure.
the different
Okay.
traffic calming devices.
Okay, thank you so much.
Further discussion on 10C? I see no further discussion on item number 10C. Will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 10C?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
and Councilmember Berzins.
Yes.
Item 10C passes.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 11A?
Mayor, if we could do an announcement for the call-in line and a 5-minute break for the public to call in for the resolutions.
Okay. The time is now 6:47. Council will stand in recess until 6:51.
Residents who would like to speak on a resolution or ordinance and have not already been screened, please press star 3 before the item is called by the clerk. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475 to be connected, and then press star 3. Council will take a short break to allow for any additional speakers to sign up. Again, please be patient and stay on the line until the operator is able to take down your information. As long as you hear the prompt after pressing star 3 and can still hear music hold or the meeting in progress, you are in line to speak to an operator. Thank you.
Peoria City Council is now back in session. Would the clerk please read the title to item number 11A?
Item 11A is Resolution 2021-71, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Groundwater Management Subdistrict of the Central Colorado Water Conservancy District and the City of Aurora, Colorado, acting by and through its utility enterprise for petition for Class D irrigation water allotment contract.
Brief presentation by staff.
So this is Marshall Brown, General Manager. Commonly when we acquire water rights.
Oh, Marshall, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So commonly when we acquire water rights, we will leave those water rights, when we acquire agricultural water rights, we will leave those water rights in agricultural use until such time that we can take them to water court and change the place and type of use to meet municipal needs. As we leave those water rights in use for agriculture, we will sometimes have to do some things with the water supply to make it work. So we acquired some shares in the Farmers Independent Ditch earlier this year that are associated with about 140 acres of property that we're going to leave in agricultural use. With that use, for the agricultural process to continue, they have to use a well. With the well, which we now own, to use that late in the season to help with the crops. So with that, we have to enter into an augmentation plan, or we have to create one ourselves. So with the temporary nature of the arrangement up there, until the time we can take these water rights and change them, the most efficient way for us to deal with the augmentation associated with that well use is to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Central Colorado Water Conservancy District and use their augmentation plan. So this is about a $16,000 cost per year that will be going on for a few years, but since it's another governmental entity, we needed to come to council for approval of an IGA with that conservation district. So that is the request tonight.
Motion?
Mayor, Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Move to approve 11A.
Been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Marcano.
Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 11A. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11A. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Mario,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-71.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 11B?
Item 11B is Resolution 2021-72, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council's support for funding Gateway Domestic Violence Services, DBA Aurora Battered Women's Shelter, Inc., with Law Enforcement Nexus Program funds for a 6-month contract period between July 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021.
Brief presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Lana Dalton. I'm the Homelessness Programs Manager for the city. This is an extension of an existing agreement that already is in place with the Gateway Domestic Violence Shelter. The reason we did 6-month agreements this year was because of the surcharge shortfall that in revenue from red lights this past year. And so we did 6 months to be conservative with our funds and to make sure that we have those funds to allocate.
Motion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Move to approve 11B.
Been moved by Councilmember Mercado, seconded by
Bergen?
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to approve item number 11B. Discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I know we're doing only the 54,000 due to the reduced surcharge revenue. What was the normal request in past years?
It was around 110,000. So in total, Gateway Domestic Violence will receive $109,095 for the entire year.
And do you know how many Aurora women are served by the battered women's shelter?
Off the top of my head, I don't per year, but I definitely can get you that information.
Yes, I'm really concerned that we're reducing that money if you know, indeed there are women that need the shelter. So if we could get that information and if need be for more funds, I think we should have further discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us then is the adoption of item number 11B. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Hill,
Yes.
Councilmember Hill, Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
and Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve Resolution 2021-72.
The time is now 6:58. Council will stand at recess until 7:03 to give time for the announcement on the public call-in line.
Residents who would like to speak on an ordinance and have not already been screened, please press star 3 before the item is called by the clerk. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475 to be connected, and then press star 3. Council is taking a short 5-minute break to allow for any additional speakers to sign up. Again, please be patient and stay on the line until the operator is able to take down your information. As long as you hear a prompt after pressing star 3 and can still hear either the music hold or the meeting in progress, you are in line to speak to the operator. Thank you.
tight. I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear me now? 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 Hold tight. I'll be here with you all.
Call back into order. Would the clerk please read the title of item number 15A?
Item 15A is ordinance 2021-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adding Article 12 of the City Code pertaining to vehicular public nuisances.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I just want to thank my colleagues for their vote at the last meeting to support this vehicular nuisance ordinance, and urge you to please again support the ordinance as a way to deter this illegal street racing. And of course, we'll be able to evaluate the effectiveness of the program in the next year.
Just for the public to be aware, I'm wondering if Lieutenant Hanifin can give a brief presentation of the proposed ordinance.
Lieutenant Hanifin is actually on vacation. However,
Okay.
I believe there is someone else available that could do that.
Okay. Brief presentation by staff. Is George Komantakis available? Okay. Could you, Mayor Pro Tem, I wonder if you can summarize it for us?
Sorry, I'm muted. Was Captain Cernich that was going to be available for the meeting? So I don't know if he just has trouble getting in, but basically this is an ordinance. Like I said, the intention is not to punish, but to deter illegal street racing that we've had a problem with for decades. And it is very dangerous activity with vehicles going over 100 miles an hour, blocking roads such as our highways like 225 and other roads in the city, as well as damaging different properties, retail properties. So this ordinance will allow the officers to have another tool to basically go after the vehicle. So they would be able to, after due process and after serving a letter and going through the court hearing, they would be able to have the ability, if necessary, to impound the vehicle under a temporary restraining order. And our hope is that the party that would be involved would actually come to an agreement with the court. And that's what would be allowed, is that they would agree to not engage in this illegal activity again. So in that situation, their car would not be impounded.
Motion?
Motion to
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve, and I don't even know what number it is.
15A.
15A, please.
Okay, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Gruber.
Seconded by Councilmember Gruber to approve item number 15A. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 15A?
Councilmember Coons?
Yes.
Councilmember Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Mercano?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz, Councilmember Hiltz, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
and Councilmember Hiltz.
She's muted.
Okay.
The motion passes to approve ordinance 2021-23.
Will the clerk please read the title to item number 15B?
Item 15B is ordinance 2021-25 for an ordinance annexing a certain municipally owned parcel of land located in the southeast quarter of Section 12, Township 4 South, Range 66 west of the 6th parcel, Meridian, County of Arapahoe, State of Colorado, 12.67 acres.
Motion, I'm sorry, brief presentation by staff.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Kaufman and members of City Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The two annexation ordinances being presented for final reading at this evening's meeting were first considered and passed at the last regular meeting on July 12th. They are for several contiguous parcels of city-owned land being presented as two separate annexations this evening, the E470 Remnant and the Triple Creek Confluence parcels. As previously summarized on July 12th, these city-owned properties will be maintained into the future by the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Department as open space and are intended to conserve open space and habitat along the Triple Creek Greenway corridor. The process for annexing city-owned land follows state law, and once city jurisdiction is established by these annexation ordinances, these properties will undergo the initial zoning ordinance process through City Council for consideration. Both annexations are proposed to be zoned as Parks Open Space District. No improvements other than a future trail are planned for either area, and this open space zoning is consistent and compatible with the surrounding planned and existing developments. Staff representatives from the Parks Department are also on the meeting this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Motion.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve 15B.
So moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 15B. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 15B?
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes, sorry.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
And Councilmember Hiltz, I don't think we recorded your vote for 2021-23, the previous ordinance that.
Yeah, sorry. My son injured himself, so I had to step away, but he's okay. I'm a yes on 15A and 15B.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The motion passes for ordinance 2021-25.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 15C?
Item 15C is ordinance 2021-26 for an ordinance annexing a certain municipally owned parcel of land located in the northeast quarter of Section 11 and in the west half of Section 12, Township 4 South, Range 66 west of the 6th Principal Meridian, County of Arapahoe, State of Colorado, 128.97 acres.
Brief presentation by staff.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is the second of the two annexations that I spoke of. This is approximately 129 acres. The Triple Creek confluence area also intended to be preserved as open space and maintained into the future by the Parks Department. Again, this will undergo initial zoning after jurisdiction is established by the approval of these ordinances this evening.
Motion?
Mayor, move to approve 15C.
Moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Presence.
Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 15C. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 15C. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo,
Yes.
and Councilmember Marcano.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve ordinance 2021-26.
Public invited to be heard.
Mayor, we do not have anybody in the line for public invited to be heard.
Would clerk please read the title of item number 19A?
Item 19A is Ward 2, Councilmember Vacancy Appointment.
Motion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Move to appoint Steve Sundberg to the Ward 2 council position.
Is there a second?
Second, Bergen.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, second by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you. I just wanted to say we did receive a couple emails that accused some of us of being racist for our vote. And I just want to say that that is in no way indicative of anything I would ever do. I do not base decisions based on the color of anyone's skin. And so just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy for Ward 2?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo. The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Marcano.
move to nominate Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by
Councilmember Coombs.
seconded by Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the appointment, on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion. Seeing none, reports by the mayor. I just want to, I'm sorry.
I was talking, sorry. Yeah, motion to approve, to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hills, seconded by
Second by Murillo.
seconded by Councilmember Murillo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
The motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
I voted no too.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gruber, I thought I had you. Thank you.
What was the vote? I'm sorry on that.
5 votes for no and 5 votes for yes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
second by Councilmember McConnell to appoint Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor?
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem? Who is it?
Yeah, it appears we're gonna do this all over again like we did at the last meeting. Just doesn't
Further
make
discussion?
sense.
Would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Hills.
Councilmember Hiltz to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Hiltz.
I can go all night. Motion to approve Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by
Coombs,
Councilmember Coombs to approve the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor?
Sorry, was it Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Mario.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
A motion?
Mayor?
Mayor?
Sorry, who was first there? Councilmember Hiltz.
Whichever Allison, we'll go alphabetical.
Okay.
Councilmember Coombs.
I'll move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Still yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yep.
and Councilmember Mario.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 position.
It's moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Mario.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Councilmember Mario to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion. Saying, no,
Mayor, sorry, Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor, move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Murillo, seconded by
Second.
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption? Please call the roll on the appointment on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Mario.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion,
Mayor Persons?
Councilmember Brosens.
Thank you. I would just like to say, what are we doing here? This is our 3rd night of doing this. And it seems like it's pretty much a stalemate, 5 to 5 for 3 nights. I'd like to make a motion, let the voters decide in November. We don't seem to be able to do that. We can't come up with 6 votes. So I think we need to turn it over to the voters.
Let me defer to legal counsel for just a minute. And that is, wouldn't this be a motion to table item number 19A until after the November election? Is that the motion that we're looking for?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilmember Brosens, is that?
Yes, I move to table this until after the November election.
Is there a second?
Second, Gruber.
It's been moved by Councilmember Brosens, seconded by Councilmember Gruber to table item number 19A or postpone item number 19A until after the November election. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. I agree with the spirit of the proposal, but again, we'd basically just be saying we're going to intentionally violate the charter. And I don't think that we should be setting the precedent that the charter doesn't matter. And I also don't think we should be setting the precedent that a ward can go without a ward council member. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, the charter says that we would be in violation if we don't appoint someone by a majority, and we don't have a majority, we have a tie vote. So I don't think we would actually be in violation. It's almost like you have to force someone to give up their own principles in order to get that majority. If we're truly, going by our own beliefs, our own principles, and we have a tie vote, it makes sense for us to just let the voters decide in November.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs.
We get clarification from the city attorney as to whether or not we will be in violation of the charter if we do not make this appointment.
City attorney?
And looking at the charter, and there is a corresponding ordinance that goes with it. Yes, you would be in violation of both if you don't appoint.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, so it also says in our rules that if you have a tie vote, it fails. Is that not correct, Attorney Brotzman?
That is for legislative matters. In this case, the charter actually, again,
does not address it.
Well, the operative sentence says, in case of a vacancy, the remaining council members shall appoint by majority vote no later than 45 days after such vacancy occurs a duly qualified person to fill such vacancy.
Right, by a majority, but we can't get to a majority, and it does not address a tie vote, correct? The charter.
It does not address
Thank
it.
you.
Correct. It does
Thank
not.
you.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs.
I don't think that we should be deciding that the rules don't apply to us, which is what this would be. And certainly not because folks want to replace a person of one political persuasion with a person of a different political persuasion. So I will not support this.
Further discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I just want to emphasize that the shall statement requires a majority, and if there's not a majority, the shall will not be met. So it is not a yes, we will not have a person, but if by the same token, if we don't have a majority, we can't execute that rule in the charter. So it's not a question of ignoring the rule. It's a question of whether or not we can vote with 6 votes. And we have not been able to do that. So what we're doing now, we can go all night, but we're going to end up with the same result. So I think there's a certain amount of theater here, and I don't think it's very helpful to the people of Aurora.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
So I just, City Attorney Brodsman. So essentially, I mean, we're sitting here trying to be legal experts, but you did say that if we do not appoint, that we will violate the charter, will be in civil and also criminal penalty. Is that correct?
So you will be in violation of the charter and the ordinance as well, the corresponding ordinance that enacts it. So the ordinance is what carries the general penalty for the city of Aurora. That when the ordinance was enacted, there was no opt-out of the general penalty. That is a criminal penalty. So there is also, if you are in violation of the charter, while I don't think these cases will be successful, I don't think they would be frivolous if somebody brought either a mandamus action to enforce the charter or challenged tie votes in the future. I think the city would be successful in defending those. However, that does open risk to the city that there could be challenges to decisions made by council that end in a tie.
Further discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I still don't, if we're supposed to have, we're only in violation if we're not able to do this by majority, and we're not able to do this by majority because we're at a tie vote, and there's nothing in the charter that addresses how to deal with a tie vote. I don't see how we could possibly, even if someone does bring a suit, I don't see how it could possibly be successful because there's nothing. How do you force people to change their vote? I mean, here we are deadlocked, unless the other side would like to vote for Steve Sundberg, and then I guess we would not be in violation.
So again, I don't think those lawsuits would be successful. I am saying they could be brought. There is a risk to continuing this on to the election. So what past July 29th, which is the 45 days. Again, this language is not clear. We're drafting language that is being brought to the ad hoc rules committee to modify the charter to clarify this provision, but right now it reads the way it does. And it has to go to a vote of the people to actually change the charter.
Further discussion.
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I'm not interested in violating the charter. I met with both candidates. I think they both have different qualifications. They have different, perspectives, and I appreciate both of them applying for this vacancy. Dr. Ross is the person that I think is the better choice for this position. So I'm not, interested in violating the charter. That's just, it's our job to appoint someone, and I feel quite comfortable with having met with both candidates where I'm at on that decision. So just for what it's worth, I'm not interested in violating the charter either.
Further discussion.
Persons.
Councilmember Persons.
Thank you. And I feel just the opposite of you, Councilmember Hills. I feel like Mr. Sundberg is the way to go. He's a businessman. He creates jobs. He's lived in Aurora and in Ward 2 for years and years and years. So obviously, I think he's the best one. But getting back to the charter, we've just had something come up, and it's not a secret because Westworld has written about it, where the charter says one thing, and because of a lawsuit from the ACLU, you know, now all of a sudden, you know, maybe that's not any good anymore. So I don't know that we can just think that the charter is the end all be all, because all it takes is a lawsuit, and then all of a sudden what's in there is not any good anymore. So I have to kind of agree with Councilmember Bergen that when you can't have a majority, how do you say that we're in violation? There is no majority. So we cannot do this. We've been at it 3 nights, numerous votes. And I mean, yeah, we can go all night. We can go until, yeah, Councilmember Hill's son gets up in the morning. That's fine. But we'll still be at a 5-5 tie. And what is that going to do? Where do we go from here?
Further discussion.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that.
Further discussion.
Mayor Kaufman?
Councilmember Lawson.
So I have a question for City Attorney Brotzman. So if this goes, we said our deadline is the 29th, and I'm saying, I don't know, we're going all night, because I'm not interested in, I don't want to violate the charter at all. But if this went to the 29th, and then I'm just giving you an example, I'm giving some example, I know it may not happen, but if we get past the 29th, as for example, it's 12:01 on the 29th, and we're still at a stalemate, what happens? We're just in violation of the charter? What happens then?
So right now, again, the city manager has indicated that no action will be taken as to the criminal aspect of this. So you could have a civil lawsuit brought under the 1940 Denver Supreme Court case, but again, the chances of getting that satisfied before the election in November are just remote and next to impossible to get done. So in all honesty, the consequences here are to your obligation to serve the charter, but there is no other penalty than that.
Okay, Mayor, can I just ask a quick question?
Please proceed.
Okay,
Please proceed.
my question to you, okay, you explained that, and I understand, but that you're saying that there could not be, the civil penalty may not be substantiated by, anything, but I always think that that's not so true. So it's the 29th, we're going on to the 30th. For example, I'm just giving you an example. We go another night. I'm just giving this an example. It's 12:01 a.m. on the 30th. We are in violation of the charter, and then what happens? Because it's 12:01, we did not meet the obligation, so we're just in violation and we face those potential penalties. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I guess I just want to ask my colleagues who are supporting Steve that what you're basically saying is that if for whatever reason y'all have to resign or can't serve, you're okay with me appointing someone who may be far to the left of you. Is that okay? And I would like a yes or no answer. You don't have to go into great detail.
Mayor, may I respond?
Councilmember Brewer.
I think that if I resigned, Councilmember Marcano, you would put in a socialist as fast as you possibly could.
Okay.
Further discussion.
Mayor, can I please respond to that?
Please proceed.
Thank you. So as I've said on the record multiple times, Councilmember Gruber, I don't think we should have this power. But as long as we do have it, I think we should use it to, honor the will of the voters in the last election and actually appoint someone who shares the values of the person, or who at closest shares the values of the person who would get that seat. That's my pledge to you and to the rest of our colleagues. I mean, I hope nothing happens to any of us, but that's what I would do. I would expect the same of y'all, but what you're telling me is that you just assume I would do what y'all are trying to do, quite frankly, and use this as an opportunity for a power grab and subvert the will of the voters in the last election. So I find that kind of problematic because I think that's kind of projection. I'm telling you exactly what I would do. So my ask is please honor what I'm telling you I would do and act the same way.
Mayor,
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
This wasn't the last election. It was 2 elections ago, and the ward has significantly changed at that time, as you can tell by the fact that Councilmember Gardner won all but 2 precincts. Mayor Kaufman won as well. So I think it's to be able to go back to 4 years ago and say we're trying to make Aurora look like it did 4 years ago. Aurora is very different. This is 2021. We're post-COVID. Aurora has a huge crime problem. Aurora has a number of different issues. So I think simply projecting back to 2017 isn't the best way to frame the discussion. The best way to frame the discussion is what are the people of Ward 2, what do we think the people of Ward 2 want? And given the shift that we've seen, I think that the people in Ward 2 want someone who's tough on crime, someone more conservative, someone who's been a job creator. I have no problem with Dr. Ross. Dr. Ross was a good paid employee or a good paid consultant of the city. Mr. Sam Sundberg has been a volunteer in many city organizations. He was the chairman of the Leadership Aurora. He's been a volunteer in many things to support the city. Again, I have nothing against Dr. Ross, but I think that Mr. Sundberg is a better choice.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Combs.
Okay, so couple points. I think the first is to call out the attempt to frame Dr. Ross as only of service as a paid consultant, in contrast to Mr. Sundberg. Dr. Ross also volunteers extensively in the community. And so again, there's all these attempts to say, well, Dr. Ross hasn't stood up and been of service to the community the way that Mr. Sundberg has. And I just think that's patently false. And we're not going to sit here and say, oh, I don't have a problem with him, but I'm going to make these implications. Second of all, I find it very fascinating that there's been a long tradition on this council of deferring to the council member of the ward and saying, I'll go ahead and support whatever that ward council member wants because I would like the person to do the same if it's my ward. And so to see folks changing that now because it suits them in the circumstance is disappointing.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro-Tem.
Yeah, on that point, we typically, when we defer to a council member, it's when there's a standing council member on an issue of, usually it's development, and we want to respect their opinion on development. It's not regarding a vacancy. That council member is no longer with us. And this, I think what we were trying to say is that we should let the voters decide. Personally, I am supporting Steve Sundberg, who is a small business owner and who has already said that he is running for office. And I think, you know, he's invested in his community, invested in Ward 2 in representing them. And that's why I would like to support him. I think he's a good man. He has good values. He understands a lot of the issues that are happening in the city as well as in Ward 2. So but I do have a question for Councilmember Marcano, because at our last meeting, you made a derogatory, I guess it was derogatory, I don't know if it's derogatory, but a remark that seemed to be intended as derogatory about Mr. Sundberg voting for Trump in the election. And I'd like to know how you knew who he voted for, because I don't know how anybody voted for anybody, because it's secret ballot, I think.
Oh, yeah, sure. Can I respond to that, Mayor?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how he voted, but I saw that he donated.
Okay, so just because someone donates, like you donated to Bernie Sanders, so we assume, I guess you voted for Bernie Sanders.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm proud of how I vote and who I support. So yeah.
Further discussion. Let's see. I'm sorry. There's a motion on the floor.
Yes.
The motion on the floor is to postpone the vacancy election or the vacancy appointment until after the November election. Is there further discussion on the motion?
Yeah, Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I also did just want to point out, since, you know, I really am fascinated by political science and how elections function, that all of our at-large races, I don't think anyone won more than like 30% of the vote in most precincts across the city, since it was like an 8-way race. So I would really have a hard time kind of basing any ideological shift or support based off of that. You can also just look at voter registration numbers and how people vote in partisan elections, where ballots are not just, or where, you know, values are actually on the ballot, as opposed to kind of vague and amorphous. And when turnout is 2.5 to 3 times higher, depending on what we're talking about, I think that's honestly a much better gauge. So yeah, and if that's what we're looking at, that area frankly is moving away from the values that y'all are supporting. And if we actually have, you know, a lot of folks paying attention to our municipal politics, which I certainly hope they are this year, you'll see that realized in those elections as well.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know if Councilmember Gardner wants to opine on this, but could he, I think he did win Ward 2 as an at-large member.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
That's correct. In fact, I received more votes than Councilmember Johnson did in Ward 2.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Burgess.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we've done for the last 3 nights. Sitting here, you know, cutting each other down. What is that doing for the city? How is this helping the city? How are we respecting our voters by us sitting here bickering back and forth? And it's not going to change. We can go, like I said, until the sun comes up. No one is going to change their vote. And Councilmember Lawson, it's going to be midnight +1, and we still won't have made a decision. So I'm urging you, let's postpone this and let the voters decide, instead of us sitting here, letting our residents hear us bickering. This is not a responsible thing. It's not professional. And I think we can do better. The citizens can do better and choose who they want.
Further discussion on the Berzins motion to postpone the appointment until after the election. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the Berzins motion to postpone?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Councilmember Lawson?
No.
Councilmember Marcano?
No.
Councilmember Murillo?
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion with, I'm sorry, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the Berzins motion to postpone the appointment until after the November election?
Mayor, I believe the motion on the table was from Councilmember Coombs for Ryan Ross.
Oh, I'm sorry. We already voted on the other motion. Yes. On the Berzins motion? Okay. it was second, Councilmember O'Connor, you seconded the Coombs motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Coombs amendment to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor, could I ask a question to the city attorney, please?
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Brotsman, what happens if we just leave? I think that this theater is going to go on all night. It's not going to change. But if 5 members simply left the meeting, what happens?
And you would lose a quorum. So that ends the meeting.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Further discussion, Councilmember Hiltz.
I think the general public that would support that would have to stop complaining about Texas if they did that, but I hope we don't leave and abdicate our responsibility to council after all this conversation about being duly elected with different margins.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Based on the emails that we're receiving, I'm thinking that the city is pretty disgusted on the theater that we're seeing, and that may be the shortest way. The result will be the same, but it'll just happen a lot quicker.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs. Councilmember Hiltz.
I think the difference is that I met with both candidates. I feel perfectly fine and confident in the principles that I am standing upon in making this decision, knowing that I spoke with both. If others don't feel the same way about their decision-making process, that's fine. I know Councilmember Gardner also met with both candidates, but it's our job to see this through. And if 6 people want to violate the charter, they're welcome to do that, but I'm certainly still not going to be one of them.
Further discussion. The question before us, I believe, is a Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. With a clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor, I don't believe there's a motion on the floor.
We already voted on that.
Okay, motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I'll let Councilmember Marcano go.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Councilmember Coombs. Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Murillo.
seconded by Councilmember Murillo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll on the Marcano motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Cruz.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? You know, if we're going to continue this, I would really like to hear some discussion. We're going to do this. So let's have some discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
I think this is the third night and most of us have said what we've needed to say, but I will say that just for the sake of discussion for your request.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Cruz.
I'll go ahead and bite, I suppose. We have seen Dr. Ross stand up on issues that are currently very relevant to our city, to be of service to our city. Yes, in part as a consultant, but even prior to that, in bridging the gap between our police department and our community, and having conversations with leaders in our city that reflected the needs and the concerns of members of our community who were struggling, grieving, and concerned about what was happening in our city. And I think that shows leadership. And he didn't do it from a perspective of just trying to push some agenda. He did it from a perspective of trying to build unity. And I think that's something that I hear all the time from people that they want in our city. And so I think, and I also think that Dr. Ross has been actually very respectful to everyone on this council. And so I think that we could see him building that unity and building bridges that we clearly very desperately need. And so I would plead again with my colleagues to strongly consider supporting Dr. Ryan Ross.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I wonder if my colleagues would not bring forth any resolutions or ordinances during the entire time frame until November, because I think there's something to why, you know, maybe either party is wanting to, you know, appoint somebody.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I just want to point out that I feel very strongly that if we appointed Dr. Ross, council would be no different from an ideological perspective than it was when Councilmember Johnston was here. So I guess you want us to not do our job as part of like an agreement to appoint Dr. Ross?
No, I think there's oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I just think that possibly there's a hidden agenda. That's my feeling. That's my gut feeling. I'm just being honest. You know, there's things that could come forward that actually, you know, businesses and residents are not in favor of. And I don't know.
I mean,
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
There's a very not hidden agenda of passing a camping ban with appointing Mr. Sundberg. So I'm not sure what the point is there. And are you saying you would agree and that you and everyone on your side would agree to quit doing your jobs that we should all quit doing our jobs until December if we appointed your guy? Like, I'm sorry, I'm confused about what the purpose of this agreement would be.
Yeah, I guess it's not a real ask. I made that comment probably facetiously.
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
I just fully understand making a facetious comment and having people take you seriously. So my sympathies to you for that.
Further discussion.
I've been there.
Further discussion.
I'm glad we're having fun.
You know, we could do like we do on, like in Congress, and we could just start reciting poems and things.
That's on the Senate side. Further discussion.
Well, I don't know. I kind of feel like we're holding an appointment hostage like a Supreme Court vacancy.
It is kind of like a filibuster.
Yeah, yeah.
Further discussion.
We have to save it all for the in-between round since you want discussion during each, round.
Okay, further discussion.
Save it.
Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of, who made the motion? Is it Coombs? Councilmember Coombs, did you make the motion that's on the floor?
I think so, but honestly, I've lost track at this point, Mayor. Clerk Rodriguez, is that?
Well, I'm going to give you credit for it. Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember. It was moved. This is the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor, this is Berzins. I'd like to say we are looking so unprofessional. I mean, I'm getting emails going, y'all are being so childish, and this is embarrassing. This is really embarrassing.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
I just want to say I completely agree. I think it is embarrassing to try to use a vacancy to flip the majority on council.
Well,
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lawson.
Councilmember Lawson was up, yeah.
I think what's sad in all of this, and again, I'm sticking with Dr. Ryan Ross, and I think both the candidates have good ideas, and Dr. Ross is just the candidate I'm choosing. But I think that what it looks like is, and some of these things that we've been laughing about, I don't find them funny because we're really halting city business. Regardless of whatever way we go, it's really not going to move city business. And I think for the voters and for people the residents, that they should be disgusted in that, in all of us, because we're not going to move anything. I don't know what the answer is. I think the last time I asked what solutions were, and it doesn't look like we're going to move in that direction. Again, I'm not looking at this from who's going to get whatever vote to change something from a camping ban. It's just what is the best interest of the residents in this city. And we all have different reasons of why we're choosing those individuals. But I think regardless, even if we don't even appoint this and we end up violating the charter, whatever happens, we're not moving city business. And that's really kind of shameful to me, because it's going to be politicized and political satire all the way through. So, Councilmember Berzins, you are right. We do look unprofessional, and that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, I don't want to violate the charter. And I think the city attorney has made it very clear, if we do so, some of you will not be here after the election. So it's going to be us that are still here that are going to face a lot of the consequences that may come up for the civil suit or whatever may come up. And believe me, I've heard some things in the background that people can do to us. So if you're not going to be here, of course you're like, hey, let me just do it. But for some of us, we will face consequences even after the election. So I just wanted to say that. So thanks, Mayor, for letting me voice my opinion.
Further discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I could ask the city attorney, is that following November 3rd or following the election, would there be grounds for any lawsuit at all?
No, at that point, it would be resolved with the election for Ward 2.
So as a result of that, even those of us that are not seeking re-election and those of us on council, there will be no repercussion.
So the only risk, the only time jeopardy is the time from July 29th through the November election.
Mayor, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
I'm sorry, is Councilmember Lawson? Councilmember Grimmins.
So City Attorney Brodsman, just to clarify, no action could be brought after the election that, like, if we did not have that vacancy filled, but not all action would be resolved prior to the, or until after the election. If something was brought later, closer to the election, it wouldn't necessarily be resolved until later. So would those individuals no longer on council be subject to any penalty or problem related to, or a consequence related to things they did on council after they're gone?
Mayor?
Mayor, I'm sorry, go ahead, City Attorney.
So again, the period that we're talking about runs from July 29th to the election. So if somebody brought, if there was a tie vote in the intervening time period, that, you know, that is the period that would be in jeopardy, at risk, that we're talking about. So could someone challenge a decision again? And I want to be clear, I don't think successfully so, but could an action be brought? Yes. Would that action continue long past the November election? Yes, it would continue long past the November election.
And would those people who are no longer on council have any consequences, penalties, et cetera, if they're off council when the resolution occurs?
There are no legal consequences to that.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to address the city business because we will still be doing city business. We will still be approving contracts. We will still be approving or not approving developments. That doesn't have to stop. I mean, there's still 10 of us that can vote on any issues. So I mean, I think we will be continuing business. We still will be, you know, those that are on policy committees will still have their policy committees. And in terms of constituent needs, the at-large council members certainly could fill in and address any constituent needs.
Mayor?
Sorry, Councilmember Lawson.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, I wasn't, and maybe I spoke out of turn here, I wasn't saying that complete city business was going to stop, but there's important legislative items that will be coming up. That is those things that I'm talking about that, to me, will stop because we are very divided council. Let's just face it, it is what it is, we are. And so those type of issues, things that we really need to address, and I'm not talking about development, but there are some development ideas maybe. I don't know what's coming before us, but city business will continue. But I think in some important cases, there will probably be some things that will not move because of the divisiveness of the council. So that's just my opinion on that. For the city attorney Brodsman, Mayor, can I just ask a follow-up question, please?
Please proceed.
City attorney Brodsman, my question to you is this. And I think Councilmember Coombs alluded to this. So if from now until the point of the November 3rd, we could face a civil type of action or some type of action from anybody in the community, I'm just naming, just kind of putting that out there. So for the city council members that will not be coming back, are you saying that they would not be subjected to any of the legal issues that we're having, that if someone had brought something against us now after the election cycle, are you just saying that they would be exempt or all of us would be exempt? I'm just trying to understand that clarification.
And what I'm saying is there isn't a difference between those members continuing on to council and those members leaving. Council would not have exposure under those circumstances, personal exposure for that.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. I actually really appreciate what Councilmember Lawson said. You know, this whole process has been, I guess, a comedy of errors, and you know, probably to my detriment. I trust people when they say what they're doing. I think they're being honest, and you know, I really believe that everybody here tonight is voting for the person that they think would best fill this position. And there's obviously differences of opinion, but I think, or at least I thought that everyone was being sincere. But you know, when we're cracking jokes about filibusters and there's veiled accusations of racism and just some of the things that have gone on throughout this process, it really leads me to believe that this is all just theater. And, you know, for anybody in the public that's watching, I don't blame you for being embarrassed and ashamed of this council. I've said that before, and, you know, I guess I will echo that again tonight. You know, we have a problem acting like adults. We have a difference of opinion, and that's fine. But then we branch off into all these other things, and it really just it's really crappy that we do that to the residents of Aurora. I don't know how it would look to them if they tune in tonight and see us laughing about what they're doing in the U.S. Senate or whatever. And that's just, I don't think has any place here. You know, I've been pretty clear from the beginning. I met with both candidates, both Dr. Ross and with Steve Sundberg, and I think they both are qualified, though to me, Steve more closely aligns with the values that I believe in, and so that's why I'm voting for him. But that being said, I think ultimately we should send this process to the voters. I've been very consistent with that since the beginning, and you know, frankly, I'm hearing from all sides kind of this is the people's seed, and this is how they voted in the past. And so it seems to me like there's a general consensus that we should allow them to decide. And, you know, while I understand the consideration about the charter, at the same time, the charter doesn't anticipate, or at least it doesn't appear to anticipate, a scenario in which there's a tie. And maybe that speaks to how things were back when the charter was written. And Aurora is obviously a different city now, but I think in general, there seems to be consensus to letting the voters decide. So, you know, if we're at a point to make a motion, I would make a motion that we end this process and delay the vote until after November.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Gardner to postpone the vote until after November.
Second.
It's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. Discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. I'll just say again, I agree. I think the voters should have the say. I don't think council should have the power of appointment. I think, to your point, Councilmember Gardner, the city was very different. I think the charter that we're operating under was drafted in 1961. Back then, probably more ideological homogeneity. But I don't want to, again, normalize violating the charter. I am interested in bringing a charter amendment, hopefully with unanimous support, to, you know, move to special elections. Still working on the logistics of that with Arapahoe County, who I'm going to be using for some advice. But until then, I don't want us to just say, okay, let's violate the charter. I don't think that's right. It's a dangerous precedent to set.
Further discussion?
Mayor, Councilmember Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. No, I just wanted some clarification, actually. Would it be a motion to postpone the vote because till after the election? Because in effect, the election negates the need for a vote. So I just want to get clarification on I guess the process.
Well, Councilmember Gardner can answer that, but I believe it is to postpone the appointment until after the election, which negates the appointment.
That's correct. To postpone the appointment until after the November election.
A further discussion on the Gardner motion.
Persons.
Councilmember Persons.
I was asking for clarification from the city attorneys if that was the proper way. I'm just trying to clarify. I won't support it, but I'm just trying to get clarity.
City attorney.
And again, it accomplishes the goal. You could either lay this on the table until the November election, which accomplishes the same goal, or you can set the appointment till after. There will be no vacancy after the November election. So it's just trying to make the motion as clear as you possibly can.
Further discussion.
Persons.
Councilmember Persons.
Thank you. And Dan, don't take this wrong, but I think when you've been trying to explain to us that we would be in violation and we would be possibly prosecuted for civil charge, I think some of that got confused, and some of your words were taken when we heard civil charges. That stuck in people's heads. But now you've explained that after the election, no one is in violation because it's already a done deal. So I think you trying to explain it better tonight helped a lot. But unfortunately, I think when all this first started and you said, if we didn't appoint somebody in 45 days, we'd be in violate the charter. And I mean, it was like gloom and doom, but it's not really gloom and doom because you've already said you don't think it's going to happen. You would win. If it did, you would win in court. And after the election, there's no problem to begin with. So I think that started off as a problem. And some folks are still hearing criminal charges, civil charges, but it's not going to happen.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. I said this at I think the last meeting, but maybe it was the one before, but I also just take issue with a council, and this is nothing personal with Dan specifically, but this is a council appointed city attorney telling council that if we violate the charter, that many people on this council had a problem with the interpretation with a meeting ago and the meeting before that we wouldn't have to worry about consequences after a measure was brought forward to shield us from responsibility that half of this council voted for. So I just, we can talk about the consequences or if it's civil or criminal or whatever, but at the end of the day, it is still a violation of the charter. It is still telling the city of Aurora and the people who live here, this document that is our guiding charter doesn't mean anything to us. I'm not interested in doing that. And also I just, I don't want to get into conversations about who won what. There's a lot of people who voted for me who probably regret it. And there's probably some people who didn't vote for me or didn't live here who wish they did. And, Nicole, she's not here. And a lot of people on this council didn't give her the same respect and deference while she was on council that they're giving her now that she's gone. And so I just think a lot of this conversation is unnecessary. I think Councilmember Gardner is right in that we all have our reasons for voting for voting for who we're voting for, and that's fine. it's okay that we all have different people and different reasons. Councilmember Lawson said the same thing. So I just wanted to point that out because I take a little issue with a city council appointed attorney telling us that we won't face responsibility for or consequences for violating the charter after half of this council didn't believe his interpretation 2 weeks ago. So
Further discussion. Seeing another question before us is the Gardner motion to postpone the appointment of the Ward 2 vacancy until after the 2021 November election. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
no.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the Coombs motion? Am I correct? To appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion? Seeing no further motions. Reports. A report by the mayor. I just want to say, Council Mayor Pro Tem pointed this out, and there was a really tragic incident that occurred at the Aurora Town Center Mall. Or the Town Center Mall of, I don't think it was what, Town Center of Aurora, which is the mall, that a 2-year-old tragically fell in an accident from the second floor to the first floor and died. And so it's a horrible loss, you know, in terms of losing a child and for the family as well. So I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for the loss of that child. Thank you. Councilmember Hiltz, any report?
No.
Councilmember,
Are
I'm
we
sorry.
not still voting?
I asked if there were any motions and nobody put one forward.
So I think you just moved on a little too quickly.
Oh, then go ahead.
I would like to, I don't have a report, but thank you. I would like to move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Yeah.
Second.
And I'm going to ask if you all want to continue on with this process, that when I say motion, I expect a motion.
We'll be more quick.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hill, seconded by
Coombs.
And Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Hiltz motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Tim Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the appointment of Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
and Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hills to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I continue to support Dr. Ryan Ross for this Ward 2 vacancy for the reasons previously stated.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I do have a question for the city attorney with regards to the process of getting something on the ballot. It's related to this. So if we wanted to have a charter question go out to the voters, is that something that we're able to schedule for next year but pass this year?
And I believe I'm going to rely on our city clerk on the date to get things on this year's ballot. I think there may still be a meeting that we could get something on the ballot for this year.
I want to be clear. Are we able to pass something this year and schedule it for 2022?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Further discussion? The question before us is the Marcano motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber, Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Oh, the clerk, I'm sorry. Motion?
Mayor, just a question.
Mayor Pro Tem, please proceed.
Earlier, special election was brought up. And I guess, so the same thing, if a special election were, is it too late to have one? I guess is my question.
Katie, I guess that's your area.
Yes. We do not have, it is too late to have one according to our charter, the nomination process deadlines. And I did talk to Arapahoe County, who spoke with the Secretary of State, and they said that we could not have a special election coordinated with the counties. We would have to run it on our own. And even doing that on our own, we wouldn't have enough time and meet the deadline before November.
Further discussion? Is this a Marcano motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I believe we already voted for this one for the motion from Marcano and seconding Hiltz.
Okay, so there wasn't, it was Mayor Pro Tem just had a question. So there's no motion on the floor.
Right. Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Coombs amendment, the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hills to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion by Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber, Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Sorry, Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross for the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the Coombs amendment, the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Nope.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Yeah, Councilmember Lawson.
do you mind if we just take maybe a 2-minute just recess, just a short recess for 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes?
The time is now 8:51. Council will stand in recess until 9 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The council is now back in session. Motion?
Sorry, Mayor.
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Motion by Councilmember Hills, seconded by
Coombs.
Second by Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, question before us is the Hills a motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Hills, seconded by
Second.
By Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzens,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Hiltz.
seconded by Councilmember Hiltz to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Oops.
Everything okay, Mayor?
Yeah, man. Okay, seeing none, if no further discussion, with clerk please call the roll on the the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Hiltz.
motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
To by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, we have gone, I don't even know how many rounds we've gone already with the same result. Just wish we would just let the voters decide in November.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Yep. I just want to say, I again agree with what you're saying, but our charter matters. And what you're basically saying is let's just violate the charter. And that doesn't sit well with me.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And I don't want to violate the charter either. I think the charter doesn't address this situation. And here we are. So, you know, I actually don't think we'll be in violation because there's just no remedy presented in our charter for a tie vote. It's just an unfortunate situation.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'll just defer to our city attorney, who I think has reiterated repeatedly that that's unfortunately not the case. And I'll just state again that if we do what council has traditionally done, again, just appoint someone with the values, you know, of the person who left the vacancy, nothing will fundamentally change for the next few months until November.
What are you referring to historically?
Oh, goodness.
In terms of an appointment, vacancy appointment?
Since I have been here, Mayor Laguerre and Johnny Watson, who replaced Mayor Laguerre. Yeah, those are the ones that have happened since I've been here, and yeah.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. You know, I go back to our charter, and I mean, is all it takes is to get maybe the ACLU to file a lawsuit against something in the charter, and then it changes. You know, I know that there are several council members that are totally in agreement with that. So I think it's a little hypocritical to say one thing is right and another thing is wrong. And I don't want to get into discussion on that because we can't, but I do see a lot of hypocrisy in that statement. And then I would like to go back to the historical appointments. I've been in 4 appointments. I'm sorry, I've been around a while and 12 years, and I've been through several appointments, and that's not necessarily the case. You have to go by the people that apply. You know, it's maybe they're on the same side of the fence and maybe they're not, but it's like anything. You have to choose from the people who apply. And if those 2 cases, I'm trying to even think, were that way, it's from the people that applied. So I don't think you can even say historically council did blah, blah, blah. It's just the people that put their name in the pot. So.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
So to be clear, our charter has not changed on the basis of an ACLU lawsuit. And we are waiting to find out through that lawsuit whether or not the provision in question is constitutional. I think there's a very different situation between something is most likely unconstitutional and something is hard for us. Those are 2 different standards.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I still stand firm that the charter says you shall appoint by a majority, and we don't have a majority. Therefore, we're not in violation.
Further discussion.
The new one?
Further discussion. Seeing no one, the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ron Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Combs, seconded by Councilmember Collins to appoint Dr. Ron Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor, Mayor?
Councilmember Lawson.
Can I ask City Attorney Brotzman a question?
Sure, please proceed.
So the idea that it keeps coming up about that word majority. So I guess where it seems like there's confusion on that, and I know what the charter says, but can you just explain how you're defining that based on your legal interpretation? On the charter, and I'm not saying in connection to the rules, I'm saying the charter.
Right, and the charter, again, says the remaining council members shall appoint by majority vote no later than 45 days. So the majority of council under the rules is 6. So you need 6 affirmative votes, and the council shall, meaning you have to. That it's not may, it's shall. So there's an affirmative duty on council to appoint this position.
So the basis of the number of 6 is based on the council rules. So that's something set by council.
No. It's a majority of the council members.
But you're basing the 6 on the council rules, which is set by council.
No, it's actually set by another charter provision.
What's that provision?
And I'm looking for it right now.
Because I have the charter in front of me. Is it, maybe I'm sorry.
It's Article 3, Section 19. The mayor shall be a member of council and shall be subject to all the rules and regulations governing council members. So the mayor is a member of council. So when it refers to council members, the remaining council members, so Article 3, Section 19 makes the mayor a member of council for that provision.
Further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the appointment of Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins? Councilmember Berzins?
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. The answer is no. No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Marcano.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Just wanted to verify with the city attorney again that we have 2 conflicting clauses within the charter to follow up on what Councilmember Lawson said. The first one was that the council shall appoint. The second one was the council shall have 6 votes to make a decision. You had said, if I can remember right, you had said in your brief to council that the, by definition of, by not saying of those present, that the majority, in other words, 6, would be required. So both of those are charter clauses, and that's what we have ourselves. Like I said last time, in between a rock and a hard place, or a immovable force and irresistible force and an immovable object. That's the issue that we have. Both of them are legitimate clauses of the charter. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So if we violate again, there's not a solvable way through this. We're in violation of the charter if we don't appoint, or in violation of the charter if we have anything less than 6 votes. So that's the dilemma that we're in. I think we're gonna, we could do this all night. This is just theater, and I'm sure some people are enjoying it, but there's not a solution. So thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the appointment of Dr. Ron Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hilt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hilt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Helps.
seconded by Councilmember Hiltz to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing now, will the clerk please call the roll on the appointment of Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Bursons,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Gardner.
Thanks. So I would just like to renew my motion that I made earlier. I think the one thing that it seems like all 10 of us agree on is that the voters should decide now. That's a debate whether it's the voters from 2017, the voters this November, or whatever iteration of the voters that I guess we want to count that proves our case. But I'm also, we've gone around and around with this charter provision as to whether or not we would be violating the charter. And, I think it's pretty clear that the charter did not anticipate this scenario, a tie vote, because there isn't a mechanism to break the tie in the charter. And so I'm just not sure that it actually would be a violation of the charter if we don't have a majority of council one way or the other, because the charter can't force us to vote a certain way. So again, I would renew my motion to allow the voters of Ward 2 to decide and table this item until after the November election.
Is there a second?
Second, Gruber.
Been moved by Councilmember Gardner, second by Councilmember Gruber to table the 19A. Is that, do I have to say, City Attorney, do I have to say after the election, or so I can just go back to the postpone language?
You can go back to the postpone language.
Okay. That'll be postponed until after the November election. The appointment. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the Gardner amendment to postpone the appointment until after the November election?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Bursons,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Motion, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to postpone the appointment after we reach 50 rounds of voting.
Okay, the motion is to postpone, am I correct? Postpone the appointment. Oh, the motion is to postpone the appointment process until after we've had 50 rounds of voting?
When we hit 50.
After we've had 50 rounds of voting.
After 50.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It's been moved by Councilmember, by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, seconded by Councilmember Berzins, to postpone the appointment process until after the election. Postpone until after the election. Once we've conducted 50 rounds of voting.
Mayor.
After we've conducted 50 rounds of voting. Councilmember Gardner.
I assume Councilmember Bergen's referring to 50 rounds tonight because by my quick back of the napkin math, we're in the mid 80s between the 3 nights.
Councilmember Bergen, can you clarify?
Yes, I mean tonight, but that's a good point. Thank you.
And where are we at right now?
Mayor,
are you keeping track?
35.
Kate?
35.
Oh, we're at 35?
Mayor, we're at 40 voting right now.
40? This is 40? Okay.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Mayor Berzins.
Okay, Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. I'm sorry, there was a big laugh. I don't see anything funny in this to laugh about. This is a very serious matter, and there has been a lot of laughter tonight, which shows the dysfunction that we have going on here. We're not doing the city business.
Further discussion? With that, would the clerk please call the roll on the Mayor Pro Tem motion?
Mayor, I have Mayor Pro Tem as the motion. I do not have a second document.
Oh, Councilmember Berzins, I think was the second. Am I right in that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Councilmember Lawson?
No.
Councilmember Marcano?
No.
Councilmember Murillo?
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor, question?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So we've done 40 rounds, and as Councilmember Gardner stated, 80 from the previous meetings. So my motion failed if we get to 50. So when will this end? Never?
Let me ask, I do have a question.
Does the meeting end at midnight, or do we just nonstop go into tomorrow, into a work day? Just wondering.
Well, if I understand City Attorney right, there is no such thing as a settled question when it comes to the appointment process for a vacancy. Is that correct, City Attorney?
That is correct. You either need a motion, you need a majority of 6 to either pick one of the candidates or to lay it over to some other date or to adjourn the meeting. All of those require a majority of 6 votes.
Okay. Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
thank you. Motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Hills, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll on the Hiltz motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo. Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded
Second.
by Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor, can I ask the city attorney a question?
Please proceed.
So my question to the city attorney is, so if we continue this past midnight, which we've had meetings past then, we get into another day. So how does that, I guess I should probably know this, but how does that configure into another count? Is that considered another council meeting? Do we extend the business? What does that mean?
It's just a continuation of your current council meeting.
Okay.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
just a follow-up to that question for our attorney. Wouldn't that require, it's a different day, so wouldn't that require a new public notice of a new meeting?
No,
It's a different day.
You're still continuing in the current meeting. So we're still here, and we've had a number of council meetings that have gone past midnight in the past. So no, the notice you have out there works.
Further discussion?
Mayor, Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize to the city employees that have to do this. Most of those are required to be at work at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I would hope that the city manager and the other council appointees would allow those employees that are having to put up with this foolishness come in late tomorrow morning.
Good point. Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
I thought it was the understanding that staff members who stay late for a council meeting had a kind of a flex day the following day. I thought that was already a practice that we followed.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion? Councilmember Coombs.
Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hiltz.
motion to approve Dr. Ross or appoint for the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by
Second.
moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by
Second.
by Councilmember Murillo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
The time is now 9:50. Council will stand in recess until 10 p.m.
怎么就要放弃？这一次我可以交
The regular meeting of Aurora City Council is now called back to order. Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Hills, seconded by Councilmember Combs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, would clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Marcano,
I was double muted, sorry. Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
A motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Combs, seconded by
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hiltz.
thank you. I am going to continue nominating Dr. Ross. I actively support him. I do think that he is the best person for this position. But given the silence on a majority of council, there is the opportunity to continue asking for a delay. And I'm based on the silence that we're hearing, I'm guessing there's 6 people who are not interested in appointing someone tonight. So I'm going to continue making a nomination because from a values standpoint, that is who I support. That is who I think best represents Aurora. That's who I think should be in the seat. That is who I want to work with. But, you know, it seems a lot like there's only a couple of people who are actively participating. So I just want to remind, you know, the rest of council that that option is still there and can be brought up at any point. But I'm going to keep, you know, first or seconding this.
Further discussion? Is there a second to the, I think Councilmember Coombs, did you second the Hiltz motion?
Or I made the motion and she seconded. One of those 2 things happened.
Okay.
Councilmember Coombs made the motion and Councilmember Hiltz made the second.
Okay. Further discussion? If, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy for Ward 2?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor, this is Councilmember.
Councilmember Lawson.
Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Lawson, second by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor, can I ask the city attorney just a question, another question?
Please proceed.
City Attorney Brodsman, so if this was delayed, and depending on the date, it has to be before the 29th, but if it was on, for example, the 29th, and I know that you stated today that if we get to 12:01, we continue because it's a continuation of a meeting. But on the 29th, if it got to 12:01, is that the end of that? Or is that a continuation till the 30th of the meeting?
Again, it would, if you set a special meeting at this point for the 29th, and it was properly noticed, that notice would continue through the 30th. So what you're saying is, does the violation happen at 12:01? The answer is yes. Is the meeting continuing to cure that violation so you would only have minutes of a violation?
Okay, that, I don't quite understand the minutes of a violation. So what does that mean exactly? You have minutes of a violation, but we're trying to cure it by continuing to go into the 30th.
So on the 30th, if at 12:01 there's a violation, and if at 12:05 you suddenly had 6 votes and you cured it, so is there a violation for 4 minutes? The answer is yes, there would be a violation for 4 minutes. And it's one of those that you cured the violation that you had on the on the 30th, you would have cured any violation from not getting it done on the 29th.
Mayor Kaufman, can I just ask a follow-up question, please?
Please proceed.
So my question to you is, if it still doesn't get, how long does that cure period go? Just until somebody says on the council enough? I guess I'm not understanding the cure period. I mean, it probably wouldn't get cured. So what does that mean? We just at 12, what? Is there like 12:15, you absolutely stop? I mean, I'm just trying to understand that, what you just stated in clarification.
So
after the cure, after you have that ability to cure, what is the cure time frame?
So the cure time frame is anywhere between the 12:01 on the 30th to the election date. So is there a violation at 12:01? Yes, there is. Can you cure that at any time from then? Now, I don't know why you would want to appoint somebody the day before the election, but could you do a cure? Could you cure the violation in between? So if you don't get it done on the 30th, could you do it in August or September, and suddenly somebody wants to give the 6th vote across? Can you cure the violation? Absolutely. If 6 members say we have 6 members and we're all voting for one person, then that would cure any violation of the charter.
but you still would be penalized from that time until the cure, if there was a cure. You would still be penalized based on that time frame until until the cure, or if there was a cure, could be voted on, developed.
Right. So take a look at your risk in that time period, though. If you didn't vote in that time period and there were no tie votes in that time period, then the civil liability, there isn't any because you actually cured it. If somebody decided to bring a mandamus action against the city because you hadn't appointed somebody in the time frame, you would moot their lawsuit because you actually would have appointed somebody. So during that, so you reduce your risk by appointing somebody.
Further discussion. Katie, is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, the motion was for Councilmember Lawson and the second Councilmember Marcano.
To appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Further discussion. Seeing no one, clerk, please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Kaufman.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
No.
Councilmember Berzins.
No.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner.
No.
Councilmember Gruber.
No.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano.
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I just, want to remind us all that we have a very qualified, thoughtful, engaged candidate, and that at any time we could just appoint him and all go home.
We have 2 very thoughtful candidates.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I was going to say, and I think Steve Sundberg would definitely fit that definition as well.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
We do have 2 very qualified candidates, but there's only people moving forward to appoint 1. So I guess the enthusiasm is just a little bit different there. Obviously, I'm the enthusiastic one for Dr. Ryan Ross here.
Further discussion.
Not just me, I just meant in that conversation.
Further discussion. Seeing none, will clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Kaufman.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
No.
Councilmember Berzins.
No.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner.
No.
Councilmember Gruber.
No.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano.
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Time is now 10:15. Council will stand in recess until 10:30. The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is now called back into order. A motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
motion to appoint Dr. Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Second, Murillo.
Been moved by Councilmember Hills, second by Councilmember Murillo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
A motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
in case folks are just tuning in now, just want to remind folks that what's really at stake here is changing the balance of power that the people of this city voted for. Whether that was in 2017 or 2019, that's what really is being pushed by not supporting Dr. Ryan Ross, who would essentially maintain the status quo of what the people voted for over the course of the last 4 years.
Further discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I counter that by saying that if we choose no one, the agenda of the right nor the agenda of the left will move. Those things that are important to the city will probably be voted on unanimously, like we have so many times before. But things that are important to the left or things that are important to the right would wait until the people of Aurora selected somebody else. So by delaying this, we would actually be more centered throughout the rest of this election cycle.
Mayor.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So Councilmember Gruber, the issue with that is that the city over the last several cycles has voted for a center-left council with center-left priorities that include things like, raising the minimum wage and housing people instead of sweeping them around the city, stuff like that. And just because someone steps down doesn't mean that it's an opportunity for us to, change the balance of values on council. That's extremely autocratic, undemocratic. And I think that what we ought to do is, again, replace the person who stepped down with someone whose values as closely as possible align to what voters voted for in 2017, which I understand was 3.5 years ago, but that's the term that we get. We get 4 years. The rest of us don't get replaced every 6 months or whatever. Our terms are 4 years. So that's what folks voted for. And those values should get to serve out that term. And then the voters, to everyone's point, I think we're all in agreement, we'll get to decide in November.
Further discussion?
Mayor respond.
Councilmember Gruber.
So we've already had that debate multiple times before, but I think it's important to point out what was just said. You may notice that of all of us wearing our city pins, only one of us wears, actually two, but only one tonight, wears a party affiliation. And the red rose underneath Council Marcano's city pin, the one closest to his heart, is the rose of the Socialist Party. So what we're actually talking about are Councilor Marcano's goals to implement more socialist things within the city. I don't think the city supported that, and as we saw in our last election that they didn't support that. So we can continue this throughout the night, but I think it's important for people to understand what's actually going on.
Mayor.
Further discussion. Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. So I just want to correct a couple of things, Councilmember Gruber. I think I've told you this before when we met one-on-one and you accused me of sympathizing with China or something, but the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, are like kind of like a club. They're not a party. I'm a registered Democrat. That's my party. I share a lot of values with a lot of my constituency. I knocked thousands of doors, and I didn't hide my values, and yet here I am. Okay. So I'm not really sure what you're trying to get at, aside to trying to rile up the right with using scare words like socialism. Turns out a lot of people think, housing should be a right, that if you have a job, it should pay you enough to live. That if there's people unhoused on the street, the right thing to do is to actually, house them and get them the services they need and not sweep them around to, no end. And that can go on and on and on. You see, people, when you talk values with them, tend to agree with socialism, very scary. And I don't think that's anything to run from. And, frankly, I wish you would wear your elephant pin or your Trump hat or whatever, because people need to know what values they're voting for. And I think part of the reason we ended up in this situation, quite frankly, is because these races are nonpartisan, but that is an absolute farce. I think I also want to introduce a charter amendment to make our races partisan, because people deserve to know what values they're voting for. And those values should be on the ballot, because I'm tired of pretending that this is not partisan, because it so is. And I think that's what is frustrating people the most. I'd also like to see us move our races to even numbered years so that we actually have higher than 30% turnout. Because I'm going to be real, y'all, most of us, actually all of us, we got elected with an embarrassing turnout. There are a lot more registered voters in the city that turn out for us. And that's something I think we need to change. We need a better representative democracy. And that's what I'm committed to doing anyway. And also, to transparency. So thank you for your comments, though. I appreciate them.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Gardner.
So when the voters voted in 2017, they actually elected somebody for 4 years. And the simple fact remains, we have a vacancy sooner than 4 years. So they did not pick somebody with the hope that they would be replaced sooner than 4 years by whoever happened to be on council at the time. And, frankly, I miss Councilmember Johnston's maturity on a night like this. I think it would go a long way, because I'm not seeing much of it from this group. But talking about what voters picked 4 years ago, they picked a candidate who's no longer here. And so going down that road, I think it's a waste of time. I voted, 4 or 5 times tonight to go to November and let the voters decide, because that's what I would like to see happen. And I wish my colleagues would join me in that.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and I concur with Councilmember Gardner that, the voters, you can't read the mind of the voters and who they aligned with, even in, in the last election when they voted for Councilmember Johnston. But if we're so sure of how the voters and the demographics are, I don't understand what's wrong with letting the voters decide. Let's let the voters decide, rather than we're obviously at an impasse and we can't make this decision, and we should probably not be making the decision for the voters at this point.
Further discussion. Councilmember Coombs.
So a couple things. I know that Councilmember Gruber brought up socialism. I want to be very clear that Dr. Ross, as far as I know, does not identify with either democratic socialism or socialism. So I don't think that it is genuine to try to make that association on his behalf. In addition, if we just leave this vacant, as folks seem content to do, besides the fact that it is a violation of the charter, I don't think anyone voted for us to spend the next 3 months, 4 months in a deadlock. And that is what is being asked for, because people would rather see a deadlock than any possibility of progress on something they disagree with. And again, the values that might progress in disagreement of the folks that are asking to delay are still values that voters have supported, not only in our municipal elections, but also in other elections. So just because you have the opportunity to create deadlock and chaos and delay doesn't mean that that's what we should do, or that that's what voters would like us to do.
Mayor?
Councilmember Gardner.
I think it's disappointing that we look at having a 5-5 split or whatever phrasing we're going to use as a deadlock. Just earlier tonight, we passed an ordinance unanimously that I think going into it, I can speak for myself. I had a lot of skepticism, and I had told Councilmember Bergen about that, and you know we worked through it. We talked about how the ordinance would look. We came up with a 1-year sunset. That's how government should work. That's how policy should work. And so I just don't understand why it is we look at having 5-5 or whatever it is as being a deadlock. To me, I think I would look at it as an opportunity for this group to show some maturity and show the ability, show voters that we have the ability to work together to get things done that are in their best interest, not just that represents a party or whatever.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
I think we could probably spend some time examining who's given that type of courtesy and who is not when they bring policy forward.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. And Councilmember Gardner, you and I both shared skepticism on that ordinance, and I think it's through collaboration that we were able to get to a point with Councilmember Bergen that the ordinance was satisfactory to us. I'm still a little skeptical, but the year's sunset makes me feel confident that if something goes awry, we will be able to just let it sunset. But yeah, I do want to point out that the other issue that's at stake here, though, is that Ward 2 deserves representation. And it's just that fundamental idea that local representation is really important. And again, actually, I think Councilmember Gruber, Councilmember Bergen might have brought up a point that is actually an excellent point. Yeah, you're right. If we can fill the vacancy with Dr. Ross, that again brings us back to a state represents what the voters supported in 2017, because we can't possibly know how November is going to turn out. I have my bets. Y'all might have a different opinion, but those are the values that were voted for at the time. So I'm not saying that we whip out a crystal ball and try to figure out what everyone's thinking today. I'm saying that we try to, as best as possible, emulate the conditions that resulted from the 2017 election and let the chips fall where they may this November.
Further
discussion. That's an unreasonable ask.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I wanted to apologize to Dr. Ross if he felt that I had called him a socialist. I in no means wanted that to happen or intended that to happen. My point throughout has been that Dr. Ross was a good man and has done, and is serving. He served Denver and throughout. The point I was making is that we have people on council that are socialist, as Councilmember Marcano explained, and wear the socialist pin, and the socialists on council are advocating for Dr. Ross. So I'm not saying that Dr. Ross is a socialist. I'm saying the socialists on council are advocating on behalf of Dr. Ross.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. It's Democratic Socialists. Also want to point out that we're advocating for someone who, again, represents the values of that folks voted for in 2017. Just like you assume that if you for whatever reason left council, that I would try to appoint a socialist. I wouldn't. I have the opportunity to do that right now, and I'm not advocating for that. In fact, only one person on council has actually advocated for someone other than the two main candidates that we're discussing here. Because I do believe what I said, that the person who fills that vacancy should closely as possible resemble the values of the person who made the vacancy.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
Well, Councilmember Gruber, I don't think you can encompass everybody into the Democratic Socialist, because I am not that. I'm choosing Dr. Ross because he answered, and both Mr. Sonnenberg and Dr. Ross both served this community. I think Dr. Ross, for me, he addressed a lot of the questions and had a lot of solutions that I agreed with. So that's why I'm more so than I had with Mr. Sonnenberg. But I'm not saying that he's not capable as well. But I don't think you can just encompass, just because someone is supporting Dr. Ross, that we're within certain parties, because I consider myself picking people based on what I think and not because a group of people on either side is choosing someone. I also just think that, when we're looking at this position, I understand that there's an impasse and we're not moving forward. For me, really violating the charter I just have a real hard time with that. And some of the answers that we've gotten from the city attorney really puts me more on pause. So I'm getting a lot of emails from residents. Oh, Angela, you need to do this and do that. Well, I mean, I don't want to violate the charter. And then if I violate the charter, then there's going to be something said about that. So I'm having a real issue with violating the charter. It may come to that, I don't know. But me personally, just being the person to say, okay, we'll violate the charter, I don't want to do that. And so that's where I'm really having some issues. And then some of the advice that we're getting from the city attorney's office is really putting me at pause as well. So I just wanted to explain that don't put everybody in this one bucket, because we're not.
Mayor, may I respond?
Councilmember Gruber.
Councilmember Lawson, I apologize. I did not, through that, intend to imply that you were a socialist. What I did say was that the socialists on council are supporting Dr. Ross. Non-socialists are also supporting Dr. Ross, but the socialists on council are supporting Dr. Ross.
Thank you,
Further discussion.
Councilmember Gruber, for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is to appoint, the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Time is now 10:47. We will stand in recess until 11:15.
Mayor, can I ask why we're about to go into 30-minute recess?
We're going to take a break since we're not really having any viable discussions, and we'll vote all the same. We're going to be here that late anyway. We stand in recess. During the meeting of the Aurora City Council is called back to order. We are on 19A motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion. Further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll on the appointment of Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy, Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. I'd like to renew my motion to postpone the vote until after the November election. I'm sensitive as well to what the charter says, but that being said, I'm not sure that the charter anticipated a 5-5 tie. And in fact, I'm not sure that a stalemate is necessarily violating the charter. And it's pretty obvious that that's where we're at. And so based upon that, I'd like to motion that we postpone the vote until after the November election.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to postpone the appointment until after the November election. Discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
I think we've been repeatedly told by the city attorney that we would be in violation of the charter. So I don't think that's really a disputable thing at this point. So I think we will be in violation of the charter.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I just want to again point out that some of my colleagues would apparently rather violate the charter than just return to the status quo that we were in before the vacancy appeared.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know if anybody's checking emails, but we are getting emails to basically ask us to please let the voters decide in November.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
I'm sorry, is
Gardner.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, I think again the charter doesn't anticipate a tie vote, and so while it says that we shall appoint someone, it also can't force anyone to change their vote. And in fact, I think as we've seen from a couple of different things lately, that some of the items in the charter might be up to interpretation, such as the requirement to not have a prior felony before running for office. It's also going to be a question when it comes to the vote on pit bulls. So I think it's not necessarily a settled question that a tie vote is a violation of the charter, because again, it does not anticipate a tied vote. So I would let my motion stand.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Well, again, I agree with the spirit of what Councilmember Gardner is saying. It's important to point out that there are pretty significant differences between someone trying to, I guess, adjudicate the constitutionality of an existing charter provision versus one that, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't have any kind of constitutional challenge or even question. It's just simply the responsibility of council to abide by that requirement. And again, I want to point out that the worst case scenario is that we return, and I guess worst depends on your point of view, but we return to the status quo that we had prior to the vacancy. And we were functioning just fine as a council then, relatively speaking.
Mayor.
Further discussion, Councilmember Gardner.
I think I would dispute that we were just fine before, but that being said, I think, again, the charter doesn't anticipate a tie vote, and it appears anyways, based upon, we've got to be nearing 100 rounds of votes at this point, though I've lost count, that we all have decided who it is we're voting for. So I think it's in the best interest of the city, of this council, and of our staff as well, to allow the voters to decide who's going to fill the Ward 2 seat in November, which at this point, I think the ballots go out in about 2.5, 3 months.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I think as far as concern for the staff not continuously having lengthy breaks after we've just had breaks would probably be the most respectful thing we can do in that sense.
Because we would get done sooner, is that what you're saying, Councilmember Coombs?
In theory, yes.
Well, in theory, I don't think that it's going to hold true. It doesn't matter how long breaks I have. We'll continue going through the night. Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I also think that this is really, that staff is working. I don't know how many of our staff are on the line and listening in, but they do probably have to work tomorrow morning at 8 or 8:30. And I just think it's disrespectful because we're not changing our vote.
Further questions? I'm sorry, further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, would the staff please call the roll on the appointment of Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor, it was a motion to.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is a motion to postpone. The Gardner motion to postpone the appointment until after the election, November election. Is there further discussion on the Gardner motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the Gardner motion to postpone the election until postpone the appointment until after the November election?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Councilmember Lawson?
No.
Councilmember Marcano?
Nope.
And Councilmember Murillo?
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Combs, seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion,
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacant Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy, the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
I voted no.
I'm sorry.
I voted no too. I wouldn't ask, but I voted no too.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gruber. Thank you.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gomes.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hills to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
I have a question, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and I don't know if we have anyone from IT on. There looks like there's 20 staff members on the call, but does WebEx have a time limit? I know on Teams and Zoom, sometimes they have time limits. I was just wondering.
Mayor Pro Tem, I do not believe WebEx has a time limit. I just confirmed that with our web administrator as well.
Well, darn. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Coombs.
Councilmember Hiltz to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
That was Coombs. It was Coons, that's all, for the record.
Okay. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the appointment of Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Time is now 11:32. We will stand a recess until 11:55.
Mayor, can I, City Attorney, can I move to override the chair on that? We literally just finished a half-hour recess.
You would do an appeal, a motion for an appeal of that decision.
I would like to move to appeal that decision.
Need a second.
Second.
And you need a vote.
Yeah, I think Mayor Pro Tem, you might be the one running this meeting.
Discussion.
I think.
I'm sorry. Okay, the motion before us is to appeal the decision of the chair. Is that correctly worded, City Attorney?
That is correct.
Discussion?
I don't think we need to keep having these breaks over and over again. I think it's a waste of time.
Further discussion? What is a waste of time? This is a waste of time. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
Nope.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes. Also, does the mayor vote on this one? Is it a majority or a true majority or a majority present or?
And it's a motion, so the mayor does get to vote, and you need a majority to overturn the mayor's decision.
Okay, thank you. It's just, I know it changes based on what it is.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Oh, sorry, I said yes at the beginning, yes.
okay, I'm sorry. Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
We will stand in recess until 11:55. The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council for July 26 is now back in session. We are on item number 19A. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and this would be for our attorney. The charter says that we shall appoint for a vacancy within 45 days. I think the reason it was written that way is because you wouldn't want to appoint someone within 30 days of an election. You wouldn't want to appoint someone within 20 days of an election. You wouldn't want to, so they came up with this 45 days. And I think that was the intent of it. Can you comment on that?
So my reading is they wanted to give council a time limit to actually make the appointment. And then it tries to back into how close to an election do you want to get into it. But the 45 days is, again, trying to take into account council's schedule and then have that appointment made so
right
the seat isn't open.
Right, but I think my point is, with the whole violation talk, I mean, I think the intent of that was to give that time frame. I don't think it was to be like, hey, you have to appoint someone by majority or you're in violation. Because what if we did appoint someone after the 45 days? Then would we be in violation of the charter at that point?
You would be curing the violation at that point. So if on day 50 you make the appointment, you have cured any violation that would have occurred under the charter.
Right. But it's when we keep saying by majority, and we can't reach a majority because we're at a tie, it does not allow any further reasoning or any kind of explanation for how to deal with that. So I'm just saying that the point was it was to try to get us to not extend that way close to the election time. But we're so close to it right now that we might as well let the voters decide.
Further discussion? Okay. I'm sorry, City Attorney, did you have something else?
No. I don't disagree with the theory, and as we're rewriting proposals to bring back to council for changing the charter, we would certainly take into account how long a special election would take, and we probably wouldn't set that anywhere. We'd be looking at 6 months ahead to actually to use a special election procedure, because a special election just takes, in this day and age, with 400,000 people in Aurora, well, it would actually be smaller. It'd be the ward, but nonetheless, that's a giant process and procedure to get into place. So when we bring a proposal back to you to clean up this section and make it work better, you're going to see a much longer time frame put in there.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So just to be clear, as far as proximity to the election, there is also part of that charter provision that says that we have to be a certain time away from the election when the vacancy occurs. So I think that's already included to prevent it from being too close to an election. So I don't think there's any kind of justification around not appointing because we're close, because it already lays out those time frames very clearly.
Further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I mean, we're so close to that deadline, but we're also tied. So it's a different circumstance. It's like the two combined, we're like literally within days of that time frame, and then we're at a 5-5 tie for hours and hours and days.
Mayor. Councilmember Hiltz.
Hiltz. Thank you. We're at the deadline because we delayed this 2 times, as opposed to doing the hours and hours and hours the first time around. That's why we're bumping up on the convergence of those deadlines. And by we, I mean a majority of council. I did not support the delays.
Further discussion?
Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins.
Yeah, I just want to say, according to my calculations, we've spent 3 nights and we voted 106 times.
Further discussion? Is there a motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coons.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Is there a second?
Oh, second, sorry.
Moved by Councilmember Coons, second by Councilmember McConnell, to appoint Dr. Ron Ross to fill the vacancy, Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Nope.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Council Member McConnell?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Very well, council will stand in, the time is now 12:02 and council will stand in recess till 12:30.
tight. I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear me now? 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 Hold tight. I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now,
Time is now 12:30, and Aurora City Council is now back in session. We are on 19A, and the chair will entertain a motion. Councilmember Combs?
Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross, the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Combs and seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Marcano. Discussion? Would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy for Ward 2?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes. No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Darn.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Not who I would have expected. Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
the time is now 12:31. We will reconvene at 1 a.m.
Oh, man.
I am back. It's been moved and seconded to appeal the decision of the chair. Discussion?
Mayor Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins?
Thank you. I thought when we started, a couple people said they could go all night. So I can go all night too. No problem.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem?
Nope. Try again.
Who else?
Mario.
No, just go through the list.
Councilmember Mario? Seeing no further discussion, would clerk please call the roll on the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair?
I
I'm sorry?
think
Mayor,
Councilmember
can you
Mario's
not
trying
hear
to
me?
speak.
Oh, Councilmember Mario.
We can now.
Okay. I mean, I just think it's, it doesn't make any sense to break for 30 minutes at a time. Doesn't seem very professional. Doesn't seem very mature.
You mean like it seems mature doing the
Excuse me,
same
I'm
vote
not done
over and over
speaking,
again?
Mayor Kaufman, thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay, now I'm done.
Oh, no. Okay. Is there further discussion? The question before us is the appeal of the ruling of the chair. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
God. I really wish we would let the voters decide, and I don't want to recess either. God. No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No, and I agree. The voters should make this decision.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes to appeal the decision of the chair.
The time is now 12:35. We'll reconvene at 1 a.m.
Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear me now? 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 Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is back in session. We are on item number 19A, and the chair will entertain a motion.
Mayor?
Oh, Councilmember Coombs.
I move that all further recesses require a majority vote.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. The motion before us.
Mayor, sorry.
Please proceed.
Yeah, so while we're on a recess, doing whatever it is that we may do during that time, our staff are still having to work. And the staff that are running Aurora TV are still having to run Aurora TV, that are keeping the WebEx running and whatever is playing for folks during that. So I just think it really is fundamentally disrespectful in a way that goes beyond just having a late meeting.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Gardner.
I agree, Coombs, which is why I think should accept the fact that we didn't and delay the vote till after the November election.
I think there's a motion on the floor. Let me deal with that first. Councilmember Coombs has a motion on the floor to require a majority vote for all future recesses. Further discussion. Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Coombs motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber, Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to postpone the vote until after the November election.
Second?
It's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem to delay the appointment, postpone the appointment until after the November election. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Gardner motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion is in order.
Yes, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Steve Sundberg.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Mayor Pro Tem motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
No, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the vacancy for Ward 2.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by,
Second.
Second.
I'm sorry, who's that?
Lawson.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy in Ward 2. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on Coombs' motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Brosens.
Thank you. Move to approve Steve Lundberg for Ward 2.
Been moved by Councilmember Brosens, seconded by
Gruber?
Councilmember Gruber to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Brosens motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brosens,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Coombs motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Brosens,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further motions?
Mayor,
Councilmember Gruber.
move to approve to appoint Steve Sundberg as the Ward 2 council member.
Been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Bergen?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on who made the motion?
Councilmember Gruber.
By the Gruber motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2.
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brosens,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
City Attorney, does that require a second?
Yes, it does.
Okay. It's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Gruber?
Councilmember Gruber to adjourn the meeting. Discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I just think, again, for the staff members that are here and for anybody really on council that has to work early in the morning, I think it's prudent for us to adjourn the meeting.
Further discussion? I say none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Gardner motion to adjourn?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
Nope.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion fails with 5 votes.
Motion,
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg for the vacancy.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Burzins,
Councilmember Burzins to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion, on the Mayor Pro Tem Bergen's motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion did not pass with 5 votes.
Motion,
Mayor,
Mayor,
Councilmember Burzins.
thank you. Move to approve Steve Sundberg for Ward 2.
It's been moved by Councilmember Burzins, seconded by
Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Burzins motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
Nope.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion,
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross for the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion,
Mayor,
Mayor?
Councilmember Gruber.
move to approve to appoint Steve Sundberg to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Bergen?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Councilmember Gruber's motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion,
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
I move to postpone consideration of 19A until after the November election.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber to postpone the appointment of the vacancy in Ward 2 until after the November election. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the Councilmember Gardner's motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further motions?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to the vacancy.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the Mayor Pro Tem Bergen's motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo. The motion does not pass with 5 votes. I'm sorry, Mayor, I think you were muted.
Oh, motion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Lawson.
Oh.
I mean, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, who?
Just a comment. Well, I guess I can make a motion to delay the appointment until after the election. And we really need to let the voters speak at this point. This is getting beyond ridiculous. We're continuing to just vote over and over the same way. And we're not going to change our minds. Why don't we, what is wrong with letting the voters decide? So my motion is to postpone the appointment until after the election.
Is there a second to the Mayor Pro Tem's motion?
Second, Gardner.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Gardner to delay the appointment until after the election. Discussion?
Burzins?
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. You know, I think the people at home don't realize that council members don't just waltz onto the podium and start voting. There's a process that we have to go through in order to be a council member. And it involves having your office set up, getting IT, getting the equipment that you have, getting your home office set up, getting your phone line run to your house, and to your cell phone set up to be a council member. That person also has to go through orientation, which is hours and hours and hours. They have to go through different department orientations, and that's usually broken up into different days. So it's a long process to be a council member, and we're looking at weeks. Even if we appointed someone tonight, that person wouldn't even be sworn in for 2 more weeks. And then depending on whether that person was sworn in the beginning of the meeting or the end of the meeting, until the next election, there are only 5 or 6 council meetings until the election. So, you know, in reality, what are we doing here? Knowing that this new person would have to go through all this, all through the orientation, and then here comes the election, and then that person could be out, and then we have to start all over again with the new person that won the election. So I said all that to say, why would we want to, at this point, late date, put someone through that? Whether it's Mr. Ross, Mr. whoever, Ms. whatever, you know, it's a process. It's not, you just waltz on to council and start voting. You know, it's a weeks long process to get to be a council member. With all the training and orientation. So I just don't think people at home know that, you know, when you're elected or appointed in this case, unless you are a former council member or have been on boards and commissions and kind of know the layout of the land in the world of city business, it will not be an easy task for anyone. Whoever it might be, to be a temporary council member. So I just wanted to throw that out so maybe the people at home would understand that it's not going to be easy no matter who it is.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
So just to clarify, swearing in ceremonies happen at the beginning of meetings. So a person wouldn't be arbitrarily sworn in at the end of a meeting just to delay the amount of time that they would actually be serving on council. So if they're appointed in this meeting, they would be sworn in at the next meeting. And it's not the normal process because it is a vacancy. So yes, they would have to go through orientation, but usually there's about a month between the election and when someone is sworn in to carry out all of those tasks in a longer time frame. This would be an abbreviated time frame, and the people who have asked to do this know what they're getting themselves into. So is it difficult? Yes, but they asked to do it, so I don't think that we can decide for them that they're not up to the task.
Mayor, I didn't say anything like that. You took my words and twisted them around. I didn't say that. And I might ask, how many times have you been sworn in? You know, it's not always the same. So you can't definitely say what is what and what isn't. So, you know, let's watch how you twist my words. And no, you're right. The people that did ask for this job, you know, they are putting themselves out. I'm just saying to the people at home that you just don't walk up and say, hey, I want to be a council member, jump on the podium and start voting. There is a process, and it's a long process. A month is a long time. So that's what I'm trying to say, and please don't twist my words. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor Hilt.
Councilmember Hiltz.
A month is a long time, and you don't just walk on. There's a lot of onboarding. But this process originally started a month ago, and it was this council, a majority of this council, that voted to push this out twice and lost that potential person that month. And that was a decision that a majority of this council made. And we can, you know, there's lots of different reasons, and we are where we are. But I don't want to lose sight of the fact that the reason we are up against this deadline in 3 days, now 2 days, is because this council chose to not have this conversation and do our jobs the first time around or the second time around. And so now we're here. But also, no one came out and set up my home office. So I need to find out what Councilmember Berzins is doing if she's getting the home office set up, because I definitely missed out on IT setting up my phone line.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and I'll have to say that the orientation processing and the onboarding is pretty much a month-long process to go through the departments. There was a lot to learn, but just in terms of the fact that we're here 2 days or whatever before the deadline, that's because we can't decide. Because at the first meeting we were tied and there was no way that was going to change. And then we went to the second meeting and we went, I don't know, over 40 rounds of voting and it didn't change. And so here we are again at over 100, I think, tie votes. It's still not going to change. So I understand that it's been pushed, but it's been pushed because we can't, we're locked in. And no one should have to change their vote if they believe in that candidate. And so here we are. That's why I'm looking for the motion to delay.
Okay, to the motion to the further comments to the Mayor Pro Tem's motion to delay.
Mayor. Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
On future rounds for the motion to delay, can we just, we're not actually delaying. There will be no appointment delayed later. So I guess in future motions, can we just be a little bit more clear that the motion is to not appoint in the given time? Because we're not actually delaying an appointment to after the election because there will be a seat filled and there will be no appointment. The motion is to not appoint someone and violate the charter. And so I just think we should be clear in our motions.
I'm not going to edit somebody's motion.
Mayor.
I said
Mayor Pro Tem.
that's just what I would like to personally see. It wasn't an attempt to change the current motion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No, and I made that motion based, I thought, on what our city attorney had advised in terms of either postponing the appointment or tabling it. So I just went with that as a normal motion.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I think that made more sense at the last meeting when we still had this meeting to go, but we don't have a future meeting to make the appointment by the deadline anymore like we did when that advice was given the last time.
Further discussion. Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the on Mayor Pro Tem's motion to postpone the appointment until after the election?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Councilmember Lawson?
No.
Councilmember Marcano?
No.
And Councilmember Mario?
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we get an outside third-party legal opinion as to whether or not a tie vote is truly a violation of the charter.
City Attorney, does that, do we need to vote on that, or can you just proceed with that?
And we can proceed with that, but it would be handy to know if council wants to proceed with it.
Okay, very well. Okay. Is there a second to the Gardner motion?
Second.
I'm sorry. Is that Mayor Pro Tem? Who is somebody? Okay. I'm going to say Mayor Pro Tem. Discussion?
Persons.
Councilmember Persons.
It seems like that what Councilmember Gardner said is the sticking point for several people. You know, whether that word is holding everything up. So, you know, at this point, I think it's a good idea. The majority, do we need a majority? Is tie? I mean, who? Yeah, I just think it's a real sticky wicket right here, and to have another opinion that might solve this, I think we should do that. Yeah.
Yeah, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I concur. I think it's important to, get an opinion on the tie vote, whether the tie vote is a violation, because I don't personally think it is. And it would probably be good to get an outside opinion.
Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. To provide additional context, several council members tonight have stated that they would like to see this go to the voters, but they don't want to violate the charter. So if that is a sincere sentiment, then I think we should have that question settled as to whether or not, when the charter says shall appoint by majority, if there's not a majority that rises in favor of a certain candidate, if that truly is a violation of the charter.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor?
Councilmember Lawson.
For Councilmember Gardner, can I get clarification? So you're just asking for us to get the clarification on the tie vote, but you're not trying to say, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm just trying to understand, that's what you're asking for the vote on that, the clarification, but not to stop the voting process. I'm just asking what I'm voting for here.
Yeah, to me, I think until we answer that, since several council members have expressed that that's what's holding them up from postponing the vote, I think if we were to answer that question, then that could give a little bit of certainty or clarity to the situation. So my opinion would be we would not continue voting until we have that opinion rendered.
And then, and Mayor, can I just ask the sponsor? So then you're stating that once we get that, we have 2 days now. And then you're saying to call a special meeting?
I'm not sure what the mechanism would be after that, but again, I think several have expressed that they don't want to violate the charter. So I think if we're able to answer that question, that might resolve that issue. Several have opined that because a majority hasn't risen in favor of a certain side, if you will, then we are not truly violating the charter.
Further discussion. Councilmember Combs.
So just to be completely clear, the motion is to get this legal opinion and then subsequently schedule a special meeting to make this decision. Is that what's being proposed?
Councilmember Gardner.
I think we would have to decide once we were able to receive that opinion what our course of action would be, depending on what the result of the opinion was.
And if I understand Councilmember Gardner correctly, that it is an outside legal opinion that you're looking at. Am I correct?
That's correct. We've utilized outside special counsel, whatever term you want to use for several other things in the city. And I think because this appears to be at a stalemate now, well over 100 rounds of voting, and it sounds like, at least if folks are being sincere, that this is the sticking point, not wanting to violate the charter, but would otherwise be okay with waiting until November. To me, that seems reasonable to answer that question.
Further, Councilmember Combs.
Can I get a clarification from the city attorney? So after we have that opinion, if we were to decide to wait, to leave the seat vacant, that would still be something we would need to do in a meeting, correct? It's not something we can do without holding a meeting to hold a vote?
Correct. You're going to have to vote in a public meeting to do that.
So we would have to schedule such a meeting when we had that opinion.
Correct. So your other alternative is you continue this meeting until the 29th. And we contact one of our outside firms, which is going to be asking a lot from them to get it by the 29th. But we ask one of our outside firms to render an opinion, and then we give you the opinion, and you come back on the 29th and decide.
So we, if I understand this right, city attorney, we would then recess the meeting because we wouldn't adjourn then. Am I correct?
Yeah, you would continue the meeting. So you're going to continue it to a date and time certain.
Okay. Further discussion.
Mayor Burzins.
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. I was just, I did the math again. We voted 124 times.
Further discussion. With that, would the clerk please call the roll on the Gardner motion to direct the city attorney to hire an outside counsel to opine on the question of does a tie vote violate the charter? Is that a correct statement? I mean, is that correct, Councilmember Gardner?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the Gardner motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
Sorry, no.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo, Councilmember Murillo,
Sorry, no.
okay, the motion passes with 7 votes.
Okay. City attorney, do I need does it require a separate motion then to continue the meeting?
Yes, it does. You need to continue to a date and time certain.
Okay. So that would be then on the 29th, assuming there would be an opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Does that, yeah.
Mayor, move to adjourn the meeting until the July 29th at 6:30.
I wonder if you could change that a little bit. I don't think you can adjourn the meeting. City attorney, what's the proper verbiage?
You want to continue this meeting. That way your publication and everything is continued until the 29th at whatever time.
I stand corrected. I'd like to continue the meeting until July 29th at 6:30.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, to continue the meeting to the 29th of July at 6:30 p.m. in which we reconvene. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the, I'm sorry.
I was muted and I thought I was unmuted. I don't support moving this. I think it is a tactic to just run out the clock and force council to violate the charter by default, as opposed to 6 people having to make it, especially given that the city attorney said it's going to be very difficult to get that opinion by then. And the fact that there have been multiple council members who have been sharing that they are uncomfortable with violating the charter since 1 to 2 meetings ago. And so I don't trust this, and I'm not supportive of it.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
The point is that I don't believe that the tie vote will cause us to violate the charter. So it's not a question of choosing to violate the charter or not. It's a question of the interpretation of a violation of the charter. On one hand, we've talked about it before, the immovable or the irresistible force and the immovable object paradox. The issue is that on one hand, the charter says one thing, and then on the other, as far as the 6 votes, it says something else. They conflict. There is no solution. And if there's no solution, I would contend there is no violation of the charter. So it's not a question of we're choosing to violate the charter. It's a question we're asking for a third opinion.
Thank you for re-explaining what Councilmember Gardner explained quite well. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll? I'm sorry, is further discussion?
Yeah, I guess the other issue is we could have had that information if people wanted to start this meeting with that information. And this is making us have yet another meeting when we could instead choose to appoint someone.
Further discussion. Will the clerk please call the roll on the Gruber motion to continue this regular meeting of the Aurora City Council to July 29th, 6:30 p.m. With the hopes, well, hopefully that there would be an opinion done by that time.
Mayor, do we really have to vote on just the date of the meeting?
I think the city attorney.
Yes, you need to continue this meeting to keep the publication and the meeting alive until then.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the Gruber motion to continue?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion fails with 5 votes.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I don't even know what we just did. We had 7 votes to get an outside opinion. We can't get an outside opinion at almost 2 in the morning. So now we're not even continuing the meeting to have the outside opinion to give us the answer that Councilmember Gardner asked, based on a couple council members that said that they were concerned about violating the charter, so we're trying to get that outside opinion to verify that, confirm that. So why would we not want to continue the meeting? I don't understand how we're getting any resolution. Are we going to just go for 500,000 votes of tie votes?
So the Gardner amendment the Gardner motion pass so that the city attorney's office will be directed to try and engage outside counsel to do an opinion by the 29th.
Right, we're going to just keep moving tonight.
But then the problem was the Gruber amendment did not pass. So the Gruber motion did not pass. That would have allowed us to reconvene at that time to review the opinion and then continue voting.
Mayor, I know, and I guess my point is this is absurd. So we don't have an opinion, and we're going to continue voting on tie votes. It makes literally no sense whatsoever. If we're not able to reach any kind of, consensus, and we're going to continue to be deadlocked, the opinion will help us in terms of that determination on Thursday. So this is just crazy.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I just want to point out that Councilmember Hiltz actually brought up an excellent point, which is that if we get an opinion on Thursday that basically says, no, your city attorney has the right interpretation, then we're just going to run out the clock and then violate the charter. So we can just get it settled today.
Mayor
Pro Tem Bergen.
We can't get it settled today. No one's changing their mind. But on the other hand, with that opinion, possibly someone will change their mind. Right now, this is going nowhere.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
So if the third party council opinion came back that it would be a violation, would anybody at that time be willing to change their vote? Is anyone willing to change their vote in order to avoid violating the charter?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
So I voted for two different options. I voted to both delay it and also for Mr. Sundberg. So I would be willing to vote for either of those options. It seems to me there's one side that's really only willing to vote for one option. So to answer your question, I would still be willing to vote for either of those.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
To clarify, is anyone willing to change their vote for the candidate that they chose in order to avoid violating the charter? Because violating the charter would be a part of that second option that you gave, Councilmember Gardner. So is there a point, I guess, is my question. Will it make a difference if the opinion comes back that we would be in violation of the charter for sure? Would that make a difference to the way anybody's voting?
Further discussion. Seeing none, I don't believe there's any motion before us, so the chair is open for a motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross for the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by I'm sorry, seconded by who?
Hiltz.
Seconded by Councilmember Hiltz. To appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy in Ward 2. Further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Coombs motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion,
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
I make a motion to continue the meeting until July 29th at 6:30 p.m. to allow a third party to give an opinion on whether or not, if a majority of council fails to appoint, it's a violation of the charter.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, second by Councilmember Burzins, to continue the meeting to July 29th at 6:30 p.m. And in anticipation for an opinion on whether, if I understand it, whether a 5-5 vote would violate the charter. Is that correct, Councilmember Gardner?
Yes, that's correct.
Discussion?
Mayor, can I ask the city attorney a question?
Please proceed.
Councilmember Lawson. City Attorney Brotzman, I have a question for you. So on the first vote, it was 7 votes to get the opinion. If there is no continuation of the meeting, do we still get the opinion?
Absolutely.
And would that time frame be before the 29th? What's the time frame, or you have to wait and see what that is? What is that time frame to get that opinion?
And we're going to ask for it as soon as possible, but again, I want to be also reasonable to the attorney that's going to give this opinion looking at our charter. We know a number of firms that do municipal work for other cities. But they have other work to do, so I need to ask a capacity of them to get the opinion. So I can't promise you in a day that you'll have the opinion, because I need to find somebody that can actually do it.
But City Attorney, if I could ask you this, if it's a day later or so, because of the fact that this is such a short notice, but the fact is that any time after the 29th, we can always step in and cure the situation. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So either there could be a vote to affirm somebody to the position, or in fact, it could be determined that there's not a violation of the charter. Would it be wise if for Councilmember Gardner to look at revising his motion to say, I don't know, how would you say it, on or about the 29th, or on the 29th, or when that we will reconvene? Well, the information is going to be disseminated. What is your recommendation, City Attorney?
So if that date and time doesn't work this Thursday at 6:30, Mayor, we can always fall back and just call a special meeting of council. You have the authority, or 6 members of council have the authority to call a special meeting.
Okay.
So you just call a special meeting when the opinion is done.
Okay. Councilmember Gardner, could you consider that a friendly amendment?
I'll withdraw my motion if someone else would like to make an alternative motion.
No, I'm thinking that I think your motion's fine. I think the question is it might need to be revised just a little bit, just in case the legal opinion isn't ready on the 29th. So what would you recommend? City Attorney, how would you recommend that Councilmember Gardner craft the language in the event that, for the event that the opinion isn't ready on the 29th.
So you have two alternatives. One is to continue it to a date certain, which is Thursday at 6:30. The other is simply to adjourn the meeting, and then the mayor will call a special meeting on when the opinion is done.
Okay. Which I would do. I mean, and if there's two ways you can call a special meeting, 6 members of council, or the mayor calls it, and I would certainly call it.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
can I make a substitute motion?
It's in order, yes.
My motion is to not continue the meeting based on the opinion of a third party. My motion is to not get an opinion.
What?
Well, I think that's a subtle question. I don't know. City manager, I think we already voted on that, did we not? Isn't that a subtle question as to, that was the first Gardner motion that directed your office to hire outside counsel?
And that is the motion that you voted on with 7 affirmative votes.
I mean, can the Mayor Pro Tem put a motion forward to repeal that?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Please proceed, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to withdraw.
Okay. Well, I think the question is, well, so I think what you're saying in a way, city attorney, is that even if there's no motion to continue, the fact is that I or 6 members can always call a special meeting to consider the findings of the legal opinion.
Correct.
But is it preferred to do a motion to continue to upon receipt of the legal opinion?
I would prefer to get you this opinion before there is a chance of council being in violation of the charter. So my push for outside counsel is to get this done by the 29th of July.
Okay, well, why don't we just, if someone could make a motion that we would continue, I think it was Councilman Gruber's initial motion to continue until, to reconvene, if you will, at 6:30 p.m. on July 29th to consider the outside opinion, the findings of the outside opinion.
Mayor, I made the motion, but so far has not been a second.
Mayor, I think Councilman Burson seconded your motion, Councilmember Gardner.
Okay.
That's what I.
So, is that, you want to stay with that motion, Councilman Gardner?
Yes, to continue the meeting until 6:30 on July 29th.
Okay. Discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
So to the city attorney, if we don't have the opinion, we would still have to convene in the meeting and adjourn and then set a special meeting. Is that how that would have to work if we decide to continue this meeting right now?
If you continue this meeting until the 29th and it wasn't done, you could continue that meeting to when the attorney can have it done, and we have a more specific time from the attorney that they can render the opinion. Again, I'm going to try and push on our outside counsel to actually get it done by the 29th, but you could continue that meeting again.
Further discussion.
Mayor, can I ask the city attorney another question, please?
Please proceed.
So thank you for that clarification. So if you, I know you said that you would probably get the opinion by the 29th before the 6:30 meeting, if that's the decision. But then if we don't have it, then we would be in violation for that little period for the charter. And we would have to reconvene for a special meeting, but that would be a cure, possibly, depending on what the opinion says, or how council members vote on it.
You don't actually have to have a special meeting. You just keep continuing this meeting time after time. So you continue it to the 29th. If the opinion isn't done, you could continue it to whatever period it will be done in. So this is one continuous meeting that's going on.
So you're saying that we wouldn't be in violation of the charter on the 29th, which would be turned in at all?
Okay. My opinion is that on the 29th, if council, this says you shall appoint within 45 days, my opinion is that you would be in violation of the charter after the 29th. And you would, so if that opinion isn't done on the 29th and you can't come to a decision on the 29th, then you would be looking at trying to cure any violation of the charter provision.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
And yes, and this is for Attorney Brotzman. So to cure the violation would mean, I guess my question is, again, even if it was a violation, what is the consequence?
And again, you run the risk of, if there is a tie vote, you're challenged. You run the risk of somebody filing a mandamus action to force council to vote. Again,
But they can't force us. If we stand firm in our decision on our vote, I mean, no one can force us to change our vote. So would we face any kind, I mean, I think you said this earlier, we would not face any kind of criminal charges or civil charges.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, but again, the purpose of the legal research is to determine whether a tie vote, as you were saying, whether it violates its charter or not. So I think the question before us is the Gardner motion to continue this meeting on 6:30 p.m. on the 29th of July.
Mayor, can I ask a question? One more question, please. So, City Attorney Brotzman, you just stated that to Mayor Pro Tem Bergen that we wouldn't face any criminal or civil penalty, but how do you know that you're not going to face any civil penalty? I mean, that's a pretty broad, perspective. I mean, you don't know. Somebody out the community could say we're filing this. So I guess you're saying one thing, but then there's a possibility.
So what I'm saying is there is a risk to the city that if there is a tie vote on not a legislative matter, but more likely a quasi-judicial. So if you have a development issue coming up before you, you have an annexation coming up before you, those are issues that somebody could challenge the actual vote. The cure to that challenge, if we did something wrong as a city in the tie vote and not appointing someone, is to go back and vote again. So it simply sends the city back and makes us resolve the issue before, and they get, so that would be at the very most that would happen. we would argue that a tie vote is possible now. And that you have to get the affirmative number of votes, no matter the number of council present or not. That possibility exists currently. It would exist in this circumstance. There's no difference, and there is no harm to any developer in this process. So there are a lot of the reason this is difficult is I don't know if a development proposal is coming or a zoning proposal is coming before the city in the next meetings before the election. I don't know if there will be a tie vote that it may be a unanimous vote to approve the development. If that's true, then there are no arguments in this at all. So, I mean, there's so many potential and hypothetical instances that could happen in this. That's why this is such a difficult answer to give you.
Further questions or comments on the Gardner motion? Seeing none, the question before us is the Gardner motion to continue the meeting on July 29th at 6:30 p.m.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Well, we've got to, you can do that as a substitute motion, but right now we've got the Gardner motion on the floor.
Oh, so I can't do it as a substitute right now?
No, you can do it right here. You can do it as a substitute.
I would like to do a substitute motion to adjourn the meeting.
Needs a second. Motion fails for lack of a second. So we're back to the Gardner motion. Further discussion on the Gardner motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Gardner motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
Nope.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 6 noes.
Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Hiltz.
thank you. Motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the appointment of Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo. The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion? I'm sorry, the motion.
Motion, Mayor.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Is there a second?
Second, Gardner.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen and seconded by Councilmember Gardner to adjourn the meeting. Discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I just want to point out that I believe we're embarrassing the city. I think this is going to be covered by the Denver Post, the Denver Gazette, the newspapers in the region. I think that the entire state will be laughing at Aurora tomorrow because of the fact that we continue to the shenanigans that we're doing right now. We know we're not going to come to a conclusion. We know that no one's going to change their vote by repeating it. Simply shows that Aurora cannot get things done. And I'm ashamed that that's the way that we're going to be perceived by the entire state of Colorado. I would recommend that we adjourn now and try to find out that additional information.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the Mayor Pro Tem Bergen's motion to adjourn. Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzens,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo, Councilmember Murillo,
No.
the motion fails with a tie vote.
Further motions?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ron Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the Coombs proposal, the Coombs motion to appoint Dr. Ron Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzens,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion. Sorry. Yeah. Councilmember Bergen. I mean, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
I make a motion to appoint Steve Sundberg.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, seconded by
Burzens,
Councilmember Burzens to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll on the Mayor Pro Tem Bergen motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzens,
yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Hiltz.
motion to approve or to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hiltz to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Councilmember Lawson. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Hiltz, Councilmember Hiltz motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Garner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motions? Further motions?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross for the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the Coombs motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Motion?
whichever, Allison. Motion to appoint Dr. Ross.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy in Ward 2. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the appointment of Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
Motion?
Motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Okay. Motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to adjourn the meeting?
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second?
Gruber?
It's been seconded by Councilmember Gruber. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to adjourn?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hilt,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion fails with a tie vote.
Motion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to postpone the appointment until after the election.
To move by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to postpone the appointment until after the election. Is there a second?
Gardner.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Gardner. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Mayor Pro Tem Bergen's motion to adjourn. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor, I have the motion to postpone the appointment until after the election. Is that right, Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it postponed after the election or was it to adjourn?
It's to postpone or let the voters decide, same thing.
Okay, postpone. Okay.
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hilt,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
Nope.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with a tie vote.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the Lawson amendment to appoint, the Lawson motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hilt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
A motion?
Mayor
Councilmember Murillo.
Hiltz, motion to
Hiltz.
appoint Dr. Ross to the Ward 2.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hilt, seconded by
Second.
seconded by who?
Second, Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo. Appoint Dr. Ron Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion. Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Hills Amendment to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to let the voters decide in November.
Motion to let the voters decide in November. Is there a second?
Second, Gruber.
I'm sorry, is there a second?
Gruber, second.
No, Councilmember Gruber, second. Council discussion. Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Mayor Pro Tem motion to allow the voters to decide in November?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes, I want the voters to decide.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo. Councilmember Murillo. The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I have a question for City Attorney Brotzman. At what point would you know kind of what the time frame would be for this legal opinion?
We should know by tomorrow in contacting outside firms when they can get the opinion done.
Okay, like, do we have a rough estimate of when tomorrow that might be?
I'm texting right now. It's a matter of, again, when they get back to me and what capacity they have. So we're messaging several people right now to do that opinion. But it's 2:30 in the morning, so obviously they're probably not awake right now. So it'll be, once they get it, they'll call us back.
Okay, I'm asking just to try to figure out if we can have further discussion tomorrow that would be clarifying, but it sounds like we don't know for sure when tomorrow that information might be available.
I'm sorry, is there a motion on the floor?
Mayor Burzins.
Yeah. Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. Honestly, I don't see what the problem is to let the voters decide. So I'm going to make that motion again to postpone and let the voters decide. I appreciate Mr. Brotzman sending his text now. And I guess the flip side of the coin is we were asked who would change their mind if if the outside counsel said one way, but who would change their mind if the outside counsel said it was not in violation of the charter? I mean, we can sit here and do this all night, and basically that's what we're doing. We're not getting anywhere. We're just killing time, wearing ourselves out. But if that's what y'all want to do, but for right now, I'll say, let's postpone this and let the voters decide.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Rosen, second by Mayor Pro Tem to delay the appointment and let the voters decide in the November election. Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the Berzins motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes, let the voters decide.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
I'd make a motion to let the voters decide in November.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Gruber?
Morgan.
Councilmember Gruber to let the voters decide in November. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the Gardner amendment?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
I trust the voters in Ward 2, so I say yes. Postpone and let the voters decide.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes, let the voters decide.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No, they can do that at the ballot box in November and we can do our jobs now. I mean, we can all say something with our votes.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
Council shouldn't get in the habit of violating the charter. No.
Councilmember Murillo,
No.
the motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion, further motions.
Mayor Dave Gruber?
Councilmember Gruber.
Mayor, I'd make motion to let the voters decide.
Is there a second?
Gardner.
To move by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by Councilmember Gardner to let the voters decide. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hiltz.
I don't understand the motion because the voters are going to decide at an election in November regardless. The question that we're discussing right now is the appointment for the vacancy by the deadline of July 29th in order to replace Councilmember Johnston. They're 2 separate issues. So just repeating, let the voters decide, that's not the question that's before us. The question is the appointment. So it's misleading, and frankly, it's annoying because it's so misleading. But sure, that's what we can keep calling it. But that's going to happen in November regardless. But it's our job to appoint someone and comply with the charter now.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
Just to elaborate on that, the voters literally would not be deciding between the people that we're talking about right now. So this is not let the voters decide this question. There's not an option to let the voters decide this question at all. What you all are saying is you hope that the voters will decide to elect Steve Sundberg after all for the next 4-year term, but that doesn't fix the right now through December issue, where we're just gonna leave thousands of people, I think over 60,000 people in our city without a ward representative rather than selecting one, which we could do.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
So since Councilmember Johnston left, staff has forwarded to me, and I'm sure several of the other at-large council members have had the same experience, Ward 2 residents that needed assistance on various items, and I was able to resolve those for them because, of course, when you're an at-large council member, you also represent the constituents in each of the wards. So it's pretty disingenuous to say that Ward 2 residents don't have representation. In fact, they have 4 at-large council members and the mayor that represent them on city council.
Further discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and when we say let the voters decide, the voters would be able to decide amongst, I think there's at least 3 that have filed. So it would not just be Mr. Sundberg.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is a Gruber motion. Councilmember Gruber, what was your motion again?
Mayor, the motion was to let the voters decide
okay.
will be the next Ward 2 representative.
Okay. Motion is to let the voters decide. Who seconded that?
Councilmember Gardner.
Councilmember Gardner seconded it. Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll to the Gruber motion to let the voters decide?
Mayor Kaufman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins.
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
People deserve equal representation. So no, I'm not going to vote to leave them without a ward representative.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yes, let the voters decide.
Councilmember Hiltz.
No.
Councilmember Lawson.
No.
Councilmember Marcano.
No.
And Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to let the voters decide.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber to let the voters decide. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the Mayor Pro Tem motion to let the voters decide. Discussion? Seeing none, would clerk please call the roll on the motion by the Mayor Pro Tem to let the voters decide.
Mayor Kaufman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins.
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
City Attorney Brotzman, is it possible to vote yes or no on something that's not actually possible? Like, can we abstain in this case where the thing we're voting on is literally like the voters can't decide this question? So this motion is nonsense. So can we abstain on a motion that's nonsense?
So,
Or do we just vote no?
so the charter and the code require you to vote unless you have a financial conflict.
Okay, then I'll just vote no, thank you.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
A motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the city council vacancy lasting from the date of swearing in until the date of swearing in of the new duly elected representative who will be elected in November.
Second. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Marcano. Discussion.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
that was a very long motion. Can Councilmember Coombs repeat it, please?
Please repeat it.
Sure. Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the city council vacancy, which will last from the time of the swearing in until the swearing in of the next duly elected representative for Ward 2, who will be elected in November.
Further discussion. Seeing none, will clerk please call the roll on the Coombs motion?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo. The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
The motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. City Attorney Brotzman, did I hear you correctly earlier that you said you should know about the litigation around 4 p.m. tomorrow, or I guess later today?
And yes, we've texted, so we should hear back from the attorneys that we're trying to get to work on this project.
All right. I guess I would make a motion to reconvene. At 4 o'clock tomorrow. Sorry, is it to continue? I apologize.
That would be a motion to continue.
All right.
Second.
Moved and seconded to reconvene or continue the meeting tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, what's your justification for that?
That's when the city attorney should hear back. So.
But the city attorney, that's only to hear back that you've engaged counsel. You're not going to have any answers by then.
Correct.
I misinterpreted.
They'll be able to tell us when they can get the memo done, or more clearly, whether they can get it done by Thursday at 6:30.
I mean, why not just reconvene on July 29th? But anyway, that's the motion is to reconvene at 4 p.m. tomorrow.
Mayor, I'll actually withdraw that if that's not actually the deadline. My apologies, I misunderstood.
Yeah. Further discussion. Well, there's no motion on the floor right now.
Mayor,
Councilmember Hiltz.
motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Saying none of the question before us is seeing another question before us is to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Burzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo. The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
I motion to recess until 3 a.m.
Second.
Well, it doesn't require, the time is now at 2:49. We will stand in recess until 3 a.m. The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is called back to order. We are on item number 19A, and the chair will entertain a motion.
Motion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, motion to let the voters decide.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Persons.
second by Councilmember Bursins to let the voters decide. Discussion?
Yeah, Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
just to clarify, the voters will decide in November on the actual seat. This is a nonsense motion about a thing that is not possible.
Further discussion? Oh, sorry.
No.
Mayor.
Further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, my motion is to let the voters decide by not forcing this ridiculous tie vote to continue on and on and on.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
again, those are two separate things. I don't think we should be telling the voters that the decision on an appointment is taking away their ability to vote in November. I'm sure the rest of council is getting emails and people are under the impression that this conversation is preventing them from voting on their Ward 2 council member, which they will still do in November, regardless of what we are doing here. And I don't want us to start lying to the voters about or misrepresenting their ability to participate in that election in November by making them think that they don't have that option available to them regardless. I don't want to cause that false alarm for people, and they are two separate things.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, just want to clarify that if we let the vote be, if we let the voters decide in November by not deciding on this, and because we're in a tie vote, but by basically continuing this, postponing this vote, then the voters would have that ability. It gives them the option to make that decision because we're at an impasse. So I still contend that by letting the voters, that we're letting the voters decide by postponing the appointment.
Mayor,
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
but they get to decide anyway. Nothing is changing with regard to the November election. The actual motion on the table is moving to violate the charter under the vacancy process and not appointing someone and leaving the seat open until the regular election where voters will vote as normal, as per usual. That is the motion. The motion is to violate the charter now and to also continue with a regular election.
That is not my motion at all.
But not appointing someone now, I guess that's the sticking point, right? I mean, but I don't want voters to be listening and think that when we say, let's just let the voters decide, it sounds really good. But what that says is we're not letting you decide. And we're not taking away their ability to participate in the regular election that they already have the ability to participate in. They don't participate in this vacancy process in the way that we do. So representing it in a way as if we're taking away something from them is just really disingenuous and does a really big disservice to voters who may not be as up on the process of what we're talking about. And so I just don't want us to start getting into this cycle of trying to tell voters that they don't get to participate in their Ward 2 election because they do. And I just think that should be made very clear. And as a ward council member, I know you know how important that is. And we can talk about how at-large council members can step in and we can help solve issues for ward council members, and that's true. But I think, you know, Councilmember Bergen is a good example. Your ward representative knows they know their ward best. And so having someone represent the ward is a very important piece of representation. And as an at-large council member, I've gotten involved in a lot of ward issues, but we also have some ward council members who are just very good at advocating for their specific ward. And I think Ward 2 deserves to have that representation between now and the election where they still get to participate in because we are not taking away their right to vote.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
That is a very good point. And I think by voting for Steve Sundberg, that would be letting the voters have that really great representation because he's very invested in his community.
And I would like us to keep talking about why we like the people that we like, not telling the voters that their vote doesn't matter or we're not going to let you vote because we're taking it away. We're getting away from the actual, I think, topic and conversation, which is making sure that there's Ward 2 representation. I know some other at-large council members might disagree on the importance of ward representation, but it certainly is not the same. And I'm not going to pretend as an at-large council member that it is the same. So, but yeah, I mean, we may not agree on who the person is that is the best representation for it. I don't want to get to a point where we're telling people that it doesn't matter. And they're not participating or taking it away.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I can change my vote or my motion to continue item 19A to allow the voters to have an opportunity to select their new ward council member.
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs.
They have that opportunity no matter what. We're not deciding on whether or not the voters get to vote in Ward 2 in November. That will happen. The voters will vote in Ward 2 in November. We are voting on whether or not we're going to appoint Steve Sundberg or Ryan Ross or no one for the intervening time between when that new person gets sworn in December. So the motion still even as modified, suggests that we have to somehow give special permission for the election to occur that's already going to occur. And that's a problem.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Bergen, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen motion. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No, because the voters already get to decide.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No, because the rules apply to us too.
and Councilmember Murillo. The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
A motion's in order.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Mayor, I move that we compromise and not put in Steve Sundberg or Ryan Ross and let the voters decide in November.
Second.
Okay. It's moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by Councilmember Bergen to not make an appointment and to let the voters decide in November. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
I'm gonna not stop saying it until we find an accurate way to frame this motion. The voters get to decide in November, no matter what. So I'm gonna have to keep saying this because appointing someone does not deprive the voters of their right to vote in November. They get to do that. Can we please be accurate?
Mayor, I disagree, and it's my motion, so if you don't mind, could we have a vote on that?
Okay, further discussion on the Gruber motion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
So you're entitled to your opinion, but not your own facts. We've already been
I
told
beg your
repeatedly.
pardon.
Sir, I'm speaking. Thank you. We've already been told repeatedly that this would in fact violate the charter. So, well, again, I really do understand and appreciate the spirit of what y'all are trying to do. The rules matter. And if y'all keep doing this, I'm not going to take y'all seriously when you claim to be law and order folks either, because you're sitting here just trying to violate the rules when it suits you. What are you doing?
Mayor, may I respond?
Please.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yeah, maybe y'all need to better understand exactly what we're talking about. Y'all need to understand that we've asked repeatedly to get a legal opinion on the impact of 6 votes and needing 6 votes and the impact on that. So y'all have to have a coherent argument. Y'all watched us vote a few times on what y'all wanted us to do as far as getting a legal opinion on that. Then y'all wouldn't let us take time off to get the opinion in. So y'all need to understand the impact of what you're doing. So having said that, my motion stands.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Hills.
I just want to point out that trying to mock someone for how they speak or where they grew up is really disrespectful. And for someone who claims to have honor and integrity and all of these things, I find it really disappointing that that's where you're going. Please treat your colleagues with a little bit of respect there. This isn't the first time we've been down this road, but devolving into trying to mock someone for the way that they speak or the language that they use based on the part of the country they grew up in, you're better than that. And I'm asking you to do better with that in the future.
Mayor, if I could, I just want to remind, I grew up in Florida. I went to high school in Florida. I went to the University of Florida, and you all are used in Florida as well.
Yes, I also grew up in Florida, but the way that you just spoke out of turn in terms of how you generally speak was very pointed, very specific, and it was intended to have an effect. So you can say, oh, I lived here, but that's not how you present yourself and speak in any meeting in the 4 years that I've been in a council meeting with you. So I'm just asking you to show a little bit more respect to your colleagues in that regard.
Okay, I guess I could say the same if I could, Mayor.
Please proceed.
Okay, I just say the same thing with how that was used with us. That's typically not used in professional language. I was just exaggerating the point that was made by another council member.
Further discussion.
Let's not do that.
Burzins.
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. You know, I've been discriminated against ever since I moved out of the South because, you know, I use that all the time. I say that all the time. I grew up with it, and it's just part of my language. And the Sentinel is the one that disrespects me most of the time whenever they write about me. They make me out like a country bumpkin. So, you know, I've learned to live with it. I'm a big girl. So I'm used to being discriminated against. So when you talk about y'all, you're talking about me. But I'm a big girl, and you know, if the Sentinel wants to discriminate, that's on them. But you know, I live it every day. So, Councilmember Hiltz, it's something I live with, and it's just a fact of life.
Mayor,
Further discussion.
Mayor, I'm just sad that you feel that you have to accept that. And I'm sorry that you feel like you have to accept that discrimination.
I don't accept it.
And if Councilmember Gruber does that to you, I will also call it out. But he doesn't.
Will you call out Sentinel?
Further discussion. Further discussion.
If they say that, sure. Send me a link.
Please be recognized by the chair. Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
this is beyond absurd at this point. I'd like to propose a substitute motion that we continue this meeting until 6:30 on the 29th and allow third-party legal opinion to decide whether or not a tie vote is a violation of the city charter.
Is there a second?
I rescind my motion.
Okay, I still need a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, second by Councilmember Burzins, to continue the meeting at 6:30 p.m. on July 29th. I'm not going to say pending a legal opinion. How would you say that?
I would just say 6:30 Thursday night, and let's cross our fingers we have the legal opinion.
Okay. Discussion. Seeing none, will the clerk then call the roll on the Gardner motion to reconvene at 6:30 p.m. on the 29th?
Mayor Kaufman. Mayor Kaufman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins.
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
I don't think it's going to change anything, but sure.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz.
No.
Councilmember Lawson.
No.
Councilmember Marcano.
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes, only because I also have like many of us, have a day job I need to get ready for. I can't just show up unable to perform my day job because we can't come to a resolution. And, you know, that last display of disrespect was, I mean, just if we're not going to end on an embarrassing note, I think that's it, right? Mocking a fellow council member. I think we're all getting delirious, and to hopefully avoid that for the rest of the meeting. Yeah, sure. But I don't think it's going to change anything. We could have had that answer. If we would have actually been in the business of compromising and getting answers, we could have asked for that opinion 2 meetings ago, a month ago. So I don't believe for a minute that's going to change anything, or that's actually the reason why we're postponing. But like I said, I'm willing to vote for it. I need to be prepared for my day job, and it sounds like there are other people as well.
Okay.
Am I done? Did you determine that I was done, Mayor Kaufman? Because you started speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to the dog. Ouch. I'm sorry about that. I apologize.
Sorry, it's a habit you have. So I think I was admittedly prepared for that interruption.
Meeting, I guess we stand in recess until 6:30 p.m. on the 29th of July. I'm sorry, Katie, do you need to say what the vote is?
Yes, I can. The motion passed with 7 votes to continue the meeting to July 29th at 6:30 p.m.
All right, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
Mayor, I have a logistical question. If a council member is not able to attend that meeting, we still need 6, correct? And then also, what does that do for the minutes and attendance?
Katie, can you answer that?
Yes, it would still need a majority vote of council members remaining. So it would still need 6, even if we had 1 absent.
Okay. I also have competing things that happen at different hours of days based on, differences of what's happening. So I may not be able to attend on Thursday night, but thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Y'all have a good night.